Like to call this meeting of the State Board of Education order.
Sorry, Amy, I already messed up. Thanks, Ellen. Forgot to push my microphone button. And with calling this meeting to order, I want to welcome everybody to Northeast Wyoming. I'm really hoping that you have brought rain with you from wherever you have come because we need it. So hopefully that happens. So we appreciate that. And with that, would you please all stand, and Taylor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure will. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Taylor. Amy, would you do a roll call, please?
Debbie Bovee,
Present.
Scott Crisp,
Present.
Joe Gaspari,
Present.
Taylor Jacobs,
Present.
RJ Cost,
Present.
Ben Moritz, we have Laura Ballard as the proxy for Ben, Amy Pearson,
Present.
Kristen Schlottman,
Present.
Jenna Shim,
Proxy.
Fred Von Aaron's, Superintendent Dagenfelder,
Proxy.
Ellen Krager,
Present.
Mark Mathern,
Present.
Chairman Lambert.
Present.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thanks, Amy. In front of you, you have an agenda, and I guess I don't have any changes or additions to that agenda at this time. If anyone else does, that would be fine. If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the noted that, you know, this is a retreat, so it will be somewhat fluid as we go through our meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I second that.
Been moved by Joe, seconded by Taylor to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Public comments. You seen any, Amy?
Not online, sir.
Okay. Okay, then we'll move on. Mr. LaCroix, I guess I can introduce you because I know we have some presentations maybe from local. If you want to say a few things about the local deal and maybe give us any information we need to have, you and Mr. Bartlett, because we have, go ahead and introduce your people first, Brad.
People are down to one. My people are on vacation. I'm sort of in the way here. So welcome to Newcastle, Weston 1. My name is Brad LaCroix. I'm just going to sit here. I do have an occasional temper tantrum, but I don't bite. So with me this morning, I have Tyler Bartlett, who is our middle school principal by design, but then he also does consolidated grants. And because he's the second veteran status person in the district, anything the superintendent doesn't want to do, he gets to do. So if you have any kind of questions or anything, he really is boots on the ground experience. He lives it every day. He does a great job of taking care of both his students and his staff, which we all know is getting to be more and more of a challenge. I really don't have a PowerPoint presentation or anything of that nature. I would only ask you to think of this as we move forward. Public education is in really different times. This is my 33rd or 34th year in Weston 1. And I can remember when I first came here, if we had an elementary opening, we would have somewhere in the range of 50 to 60, if not 100 applicants. This year, we do have an elementary opening. We interviewed our only applicant. And so we know that we have those stresses. But probably more important, the thing that I would want everyone to think about is the stresses that we continue to put on our young people, our staff, and our parents when we add items and we don't take any items off. And it's just not an assessment issue. It's a little bit of everything. People are stressed. People are angry. They're frustrated. And so I think as we do our work together, I would just ask you to keep that sort of on your shoulder and in your heart, because they're all humans. They're just different sizes. They all have different needs. And it's our job to try to see if we can continue to meet those needs day by day. So again, welcome. I apologize for the coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker. So we do have, I think we're on Amy, I think that's the third coffee pot now. So I think we'll have that fixed. Tyler and I will be here. So if there's any questions or anything we can help. Most important thing, restrooms back out the hallway here, halfway down. And then if you need anything, just scream and the staff here will try to accommodate that. But enjoy the Black Hills. Whoever brought the motorcycle, I want to thank, because if there is one thing that'll bring moisture, it's the bike rally. Guaranteed. We can be as dry as ever, and boy, you have the Sturgis bike rally and it's like, whoosh, here it is. So thank you for bringing the motorcycle.
You're welcome.
And with that, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome. And enjoy.
Any questions for Mr. LaCroix or Mr. Bartlett back in the corner? Because I believe, Tyler, you were Teacher of the Year a long time ago, correct? Yep, that's what I thought. Well, I agree with that, Brad, but I know it's back when I was on the board. So that was, or if it wasn't, I might not have been on the board, but shortly after, if I wasn't, it was right in that time frame. So. And Joe, thanks for the motorcycle. Perfect. I did not know that, but I am really glad that that happened. So perfect. Yes, yes. And at this time, I probably should, Clark Coberly, who is the superintendent of Weston 7 in Upton, was planning on being here with staff and just life got in the way. It's summer, and so he was not able to, but he did want to share with you that he was really excited about everything we're doing and he wanted to present. And I think especially Dickie and Wanda, the presentation tomorrow, he's really interested in. So I think we'd need to try to share those things with him and how best we can. So any questions for Brad or Tyler before we get started? That was probably the quickest presentation from a local district we've ever had, Mr. LaCroix. So that's okay.
Can't say it quick. They're not listening very long.
And just so you all know, Brad and all three of us go back a long ways. And so Brad gets to hunt elk on our place and we allow that just because he is one that can actually kill elk. So that really works out really well for my world. So, and if you ever want to go on a hike, do not follow Mr. LaCroix. So, Diana.
Good morning, everyone. Here you are for your retreat. Welcome. Turn on. Okay, how about that? Welcome. And this was not planned, but I'm going there. Brad went there. I had gotten this handout, and when I was packing my bag to come up here, it was laying on the side, and I thought, I'm throwing this in the bag. This is a chart. It says the ever increasing burden on Americans' public schools. So 120 years of mandates. Here you go, folks. And I had just happened to throw that in. So since it was, you were challenged today to keep this in mind, maybe we will just lay that out, and during breaks and stuff, you can take a look at things expected in public schools in 1900 down to, how far does this go? The 2000s. So, and I bet the list probably is even a little longer now. So I'm going to leave this somewhere, or maybe we can put it somewhere where all of you can take a look throughout the day and remember that important challenge that Mr. LaCroix laid out for you this morning. So are you ready to work? This is a retreat, right? But we're going to try to get you to very important topics and pretty deep in those important topics. And they're going to range, and I'll be real upfront with you to say, boy, we're really hoping that at the end of this retreat, this is in, and the next steps can start tomorrow. There's other things that are more visionary, that conversations are going on and that information will be being brought back to you. But that doesn't mean that you don't have some thoughts or some ideas that you might collectively want to add to that conversation, even before recommendations are finally formulated. And then, of course, the visionary work that needs to come anytime a group of public servants like yourself come together to think about the future of Wyoming's education. So we're going to get started. A few logistics pieces. I made some copies of the board retreat packet this year. This may work for you, that it may not. You can give me some feedback. We haven't done that in the past, but we're going to be having you move, right? And so we're going to be asking you to read some things. If you like making hand notes, jot them down, because then when you go in your breakout room, you might be in a different room, and how much you want to take with you as you travel. So use that as a tool if it's helpful. For those in the audience, I made some extra copies, but I bought out all of Target's notebooks. So we might be able to staple them for you, but they're not in the binders or the notebooks, and I apologize for that. So with that, as you can hear, I'm getting over a cold and it's still affecting my voice. So I'll try not to be gratingly annoying with the talk, but let's go ahead and get started with your first piece this morning. I don't know if Amy can pull that up.
Hey, Diana, can I stop just a
Yes.
minute? Because I think we ought to introduce everybody real quick before we go on, because you know my brain. So Julie, do you want to start back? Let's introduce everybody, because if you don't mind.
Want me to sing as well, or just introduce?
That would be fantastic.
Later. I'm Julie Kosoric. I'm the Director of Member Services with the Wyoming School Boards Association.
Good morning, Lori Hernandez, Director of Standards and Assessment with the Wyoming Department of Education.
Good morning, Sean McInerney, Director of the Accountability Division with the WDE.
Scott Stoltz, Superintendent Sheridan.
Good morning, everyone. Wanda Maloney, Chief Policy Officer at the department. Linda Finnerty, the Chief Communications Officer at the WDE.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Rice from the Attorney General's office. It's nice to see everybody. All right. Back to.
Diana Clapp, Coordinator for the State Board of Education.
Good morning, Amy Patterson. I support the State Board of Education.
I'm Pete Moran. I'm an Associate Dean in the College of Education at the University of Wyoming.
Good morning. I'm Taylor Jacobs, State Board Member representing local school districts.
Joe Gaspery, State Board Member representing, and I can't even remember the area, but down in Carbon County and Sweetwater, that part of the state.
Ellen Krager, representing District 1, which is basically southeastern Wyoming, Goshen County, and all that.
And I'm Bill Lambert.
Good morning. Mark Mathern from Casper. I represent the school administrators.
Good morning. Excuse me, Dickie Shaner, Chief of Staff, Department of Education.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Schlattman. I believe I'm representing District 5, which includes Bighorn and Park counties.
Good morning, RJ Cost. I'm not sure what I'm representing.
I'm trying to look it up for it real fast.
I think I'm appointed by the governor to represent education teachers and curriculum directors.
Amy Pearson, kind of Johnson County, Sheridan, Gillette area.
Laurel, you want to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, sir. Laurel Ballard with the Wyoming Community College Commission, and I'm here for Dr. Moritz.
Thanks, Laurel. Scott, you're online.
Sure. Scott Crisp, state school board member, representing the other side of the state, Western Wyoming.
Thanks, Scott. And Debbie.
Debbie Bovee, Daytona County Lame Duck member of the board. I'm in my last year.
That's two of us, Debbie, right?
I only go with the best company, Bill.
And I don't believe Fred's on with us. Is that correct? I have not seen. Right. Okay. Because we do have Fred Von Aaron's on our board. So with that, sorry, Diana, but I kind of got ahead of myself. So, okay.
Yellow, don't forget, these are needed. And then your reds, oh, this might need your attention, right? But that's really my perception. I'd like you to take a little bit of time at this retreat for you to read through those duties and see what your thoughts tell you. Those in the audience are welcome to participate. And maybe yours might be some feedback to the board as which of those pieces are you feeling are maybe pretty critical right now and may need board attention. Fair? Okay. So let's give 5 minutes and then see how people are feeling about it. draw the talk out of you. You've looked over these, your duties, and let's take them by topic section. And before we start talking about the traffic light report, which may change based on this conversation, let's see if you had thoughts, particularly about these, that you'd like to talk about as a group. So your first kind of area in this particular sheet, the way it's laid out, and I want to point out a few things. I know I tell you this every time we look at the sheet. This is not a legal document, okay? This is pulling from statute, trying to get it in one place, bolding some verbs so you know if it's you may do this or you shall do this, those things pointed out. You'll also see in this article, the Article 2, which are the duties of the superintendent. You hear me talk often about the way our balanced system of government works. There are lanes, right? When the superintendent's cited in here, it's because there's a reference back to your work, okay? So not an indication that that is to dictate in any way for superintendent's roles, but just where within her roles, there's a mention of the work of the board, okay? So under statewide accountability, this is the state accountability piece, not ESSA. That is definitely in the column of the state superintendent. Did anyone have any thoughts or things that they marked up there? Any aha moments? Man, we're sailing with that. Or something that needs a focus. Thoughts?
Diana, this is Scott Crisp.
Hey, Scott.
Scott.
Hello. Just a couple things on specifically around 21-2-204. The second one, CIV, to determine other college readiness indicators and career readiness measured by student performance. In regards to the accountability system, I know we've talked about this as a board, especially in the past year with a lot of the student-centered work going on around the state, and just would ask the board to continue to consider these conversations around the accountability system in regards to the current college readiness indicators right now. Just wondering if we could continue to talk about that in regards to competency-based education, how potentially other indicators can show the full breadth of the student versus and including, I should say, ACT and some of the current measures. So just would love for the board to keep that on our radar as we go forward.
Thank you, Scott.
Mr. Chair.
Mark.
Maybe this kind of fits along with Scott's comment, and that's the looks like about the fifth one down. Grant an exception to the state's accountability system for 1 year. I was thinking about the RIDE school districts and how someday they may indeed venture along a course that says, you know, could we have an exception in terms of accountability based on the route that we're choosing? And it seems like that's kind of a nice, at least an aha for me to put in here. I know we used that statute when it was during COVID, but this might be, you know, sort of a different situation. It would be nice to have that option. So.
And if I may, Dr. Mathern, I believe Catherine's here, that statute talks about, I think, when unable to take the state assessment. So might not apply specifically to what you're saying, but what it tells you is maybe the legislature has contemplated that there might be situations where that, at least on the state side, I don't know about the federal side. We've got that noted.
Any other thoughts for Diana? RJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along with that, one of the comments that I've made in the past and still continue is as we look through this, does this reflect the way things have always done in the past, or does this reflect as we move forward how we would want things to hopefully be flexible and innovative enough to allow for education to change some of the directions that have always been in the past to something in the future. And I think it's important for us to continue to look at that. I don't believe there's any district in the state that shuns away from accountability, but I think that we need to look at, are there different ways for accountability that we need to consider rather than something that we try to put in one basket for the whole state.
I think you'll really appreciate the conversations later today when we get to that. Can we move to the next system of support? Any particular standout for anyone on that?
Anything else on this before we move on? Not seeing anything, Diana.
I do have a question on the system of support. When I read that section, I was thinking of Scott Marion's article about shifting from accountability to responsibility, and that idea of as I think about this, I think about I'm a member of a church in Casper, and we have something called a mutual ministry review, where it's both the leaders and the minister that kind of review one another to say, how can we make this a better organization? And I really like that idea of shifting that conversation around accountability to responsibility. And so when I look at the first one under statewide system of support, a progressive system of support and intervention to assist schools. How progressive are we with our statewide system of support? Does it reflect mutual responsibility, or is it kind of like, you're not doing well, here's what we think? How can we continue to raise that question about what can we do together to improve education for the kids? And I think Scott Marion's article and this section of our responsibilities kind of fits nicely together.
Thanks, Mark. Any other thoughts? Wanda.
If I could just give an update, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, one of the things I wanted to share was our statewide system of support will report out in October. So they will give the annual report on each of those schools. But one of the things we're working really, I would say, just being very deliberate, is a transformational team. So what you talked about, Dr. Mathern, was exactly that. Looking at all of the expertise. So if we have a district that's struggling in literacy, we're bringing the literacy people to that district to support them with the needs to help them be successful. If we have a district that's struggling with achievement, then we look for experts that we bring on that transformational team. So we'll talk a little bit more about the efforts that are occurring with the State Department around that.
Thank you, Wanda. And I'm glad you mentioned that article, Mark. I specifically put that in there because in my notes from previous meetings, your comments about really thinking about accountability as not solely a school piece, but who else carries responsibility in that. And then that article happened to have come out. So I hope you found it useful. Should we keep clicking through?
And as we go on, anybody in this room is welcome to comment on this stuff. We're not just closed to the board through this deal. It's a retreat, and we want feedback. Positive feedback's really nice. Go ahead, Diana.
Anything under state wide assessment? You'll be having an in-depth conversation on that, but anything particularly jumped out that was an aha or ooh focus or?
Bill,
Go ahead, Mark.
I always have comments.
That's
So,
good.
well, one thing that really struck me here is, our whole conversation around graduation standards. This is a big deal. And of course, a lot of our retreat is designed around that, but you can just see it validated in this section. For example, the first line, the first, or I guess it's the second one, that measures when combined provide a valid measure of individual student achievement. So it isn't just the content standards. It includes the graduation standards. At least that's how I see it. The other one I underline intellectually and economically. So again, just that idea of, all the work we've done with the profile, it is really about the idea of, being in a sense intellectually ready and applicably ready in society. I just think it fits nicely in terms of the work that we are doing. And then finally, the other one that struck me was, I don't know if we formally do this. Maybe this is a question for Wanda, but the very last sentence in this section, the state board shall monitor the proportion of students in each special needs category compared to regional averages. I imagine we're pretty close regionally, or maybe above it regionally, but I don't know if we ever actually have that conversation. But anyway, it just struck me when I read that.
Mr. Chair.
Taylor.
For clarification, that last part, you were talking about the next section, correct? The uniform content and performance. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Then I jumped down. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure everyone else, because I was lost for a second. Thank you.
Anything on either one of those two sections,
Yeah.
then we could do it that way.
Yeah, and that section's been a big section for you, and you see why. Lori's here. I don't know. Again, any audience comments?
And I guess, Diana, I would just comment that I think the assessment and the accountability are the pieces that we really need to keep focused on as we move forward. Because I mean, we've done the standards at that level, and now we really have to, as a board, really do that, or else a lot of the work we've done with the standards isn't going to help local districts. Lori.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I can address that. So this board will be reviewing extended standards. So anytime that we finish a core set of standards in the areas that are assessed, we also convene a committee, and we did that last week to do math and science extended standards to mirror up to the reduced standards that were recently done for math and science. So that will be coming in front of the board. And then that other part about the proportion of students in each of the categories, our special education division does monitor that, and we work with them closely to ensure that we're keeping within the boundaries of that 1% who take the Y-alt assessment. And there is monitoring that's done annually to ensure the number of students in each of the districts and the proportion, and looking at what that looks like across the state. So we could bring that information to the board if you'd like at the next meeting.
Okay. Anything else? You guys are pretty quiet today.
Yeah, we're going to have to shake them out of this
I think
before the
so.
day's over. What about the next two sections? We'll grab a couple at a time to move along here. Anything that has to do with accreditation, district assessment systems, or career and tech education, as far as some of your duties and responsibilities in those areas?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Dickie.
21-2304A Romanet 4, which I'm looking at the hard copy. It's top of page 3. I think this is going to be an area where this board is probably going to be more interested in the coming years, because I think this is where we're going to see the most sort of innovation and adjustments around competency-based curriculum and instruction. And this will be, I think this will become front and center on our minds more than it has been, I think, in recent years.
Any other comments?
Yeah, you may see, Dickie, you're gonna think that prediction came through, real quickly. You might wonder where his crystal ball is after you do some of your work today.
I have, Mr. Chair, Scott Crisp.
Yep, go ahead, Scott.
Just to reflect on the past comment, I think a lot of the language in the section under statewide assessment around completion of courses for credit. Obviously, we know that's a reality in the majority of our schools, and that's how our schools operate, especially at the secondary level. However, kind of looking forward into the future, I would hate for that language to be a limiting factor to other potential ideas in order to gain credit in community-based learning, school to careers, work-based learning, different things like that. Is it always a course-based conversation, or is there another opportunity out there? And I know some of that I know other language states it that way. I just wanted to just bring that forward to everybody.
That's a good point, Scott, because I think as we progress, we really have to have that on our radar if we really want change. Any other thoughts, comments? RJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other thing that I continually think about is the fact of if somebody's doing a work study or an experience of some sort, and it covers 2 or 3 standards, and they can show proficiency in those 2 or 3 standards, I have a hard time saying they can't receive the credit for those 2 or 3. Instead of saying, no, you got to pick one. You can either do it for your math or your science or your English or whatever. As we know in the world we live in, you deal with a lot more than just one thing at a time. And I think if we can somehow incorporate that into what we're doing so that our students that do those things and can show proficiency in them can receive credit for both rather than just one.
Okay, these categories are getting shorter. Can we look at visually impaired, leader, teacher, eval, and reporting?
Mr. Chair. Have we ever had a conversation about visually impaired? Or adult hearing? I don't know, not in my tenure, or of course my memory is short, but.
Yeah. I recall one, and it was so thankful that the state superintendent of public instruction takes care of that role for the board. There was, seriously, there was a little bit of a conversation about whether the board should approach the legislature to clear that up and help them understand how that operates and whether it's appropriate here. At that particular time, it was decided not to go forward. There were some other pressing matters, but there was a conversation about whether that's appropriately placed. I don't recall during that conversation that there was anything from the department that said, look, board, you're not holding up something in your role that we need you to do for this to function well. But it was noted that the board is not active in that.
Mr. Chair. I actually, and I know we have a list of priorities, and maybe this is priority 27, I don't know, but I had a recent conversation with a student who is visually impaired, who's now in his 50s. And I happened to see him on the street one day, and we had a nice conversation about how his life has changed with technology advances, with the role of animals in, supporting their situation. And I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be, if it would be a good idea for the board to hear about how technology has changed some of this, or how the programs have changed. I'm thinking of, for example, Braille, with the ability of computers to read information out loud. I had a Brailleist tell me that his work is almost non-existent now. The demand is almost non-existent. So I'm just curious how our support for those programs in the state has changed over the last 30 or 40 years. So just a thought.
And Mr. Chair, I would say we're happy to work with Diana on finding a time to put that on the agenda and have our team present.
Thank you.
Any other comments on those areas? Not seeing any.
Okay. You have just some other categories, maybe a little more random. I put the statewide technology plan on there that's been in there. That, please notice that's the state superintendent, but there's a notation that there's cooperation with the state board. Again, if there was a reach out for support. Little bit on virtual education and then charter schools. So we'll just wrap up the page if there's comments.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Dickie.
Along the same vein of the last one I pointed out, I think that 21-2304B Romanet 8 and all the discussions we've had with competency-based learning and looking at CTE and different innovative things, the question always comes up about the pupil-teacher contact time and how many hours. What does that do to the ADM? So I think that's just another area we're going to be paying more attention to going forward to make sure that we have the right sort of policy landscape in place to allow the flexibility necessary to do some of those things.
And one of the ones I highlighted there was really that 304B5. I mean, we shall initiate or facilitate discussions regarding the needs of and means for improving education. And I think the board really needs to, with all the work we do, need to focus on that, because that really should be our role overall, whether we were talking standards or assessments or accountability or what it is.
Mr. Chair, just to comment on your comment, given that note of the value of us facilitating the discussion, the learnings that we gather from that really seems to me to fit down to 2-306 in our report to the governor and recommendation about legislation, since we don't have the purse strings. But when we see these kinds of changes, I'm thinking again, for example, RIDE. In several of the documents that I reviewed this week, there are other states that have, legislated innovation grants for districts like these RIDE districts to venture out and try those concepts, innovative concepts. Given what we've heard with our graduate profile work, maybe there is some value in us sitting with the governor someday and saying, what legislation can we move forward to help with that process?
RJ.
Kind of like to drop a bombshell every once in a while. Wouldn't it be nice for us to take a look at ADM and totally revise that so that it makes sense for our schools? I mean, it's ridiculous right now. We're gonna try to make sure we account for every minute that you're in school. And yet at the same time, does that guarantee education or anything? Or do we just need to make sure those kids are in school? I would love to review that someday, but that's a bigger barrel of challenges maybe than we.
You know, we could delegate that to you, RJ. Any other comments?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with your permission, since I had kind of asked the audience at the beginning if they had a standout about one of these roles that's particularly important and in their radar right now, may I check back with them?
Absolutely.
On that? Are there any things that were on that list or brought up that you went, oh, well, yeah, that's pretty important to us right now, or would like the board to look at or continue?
Chair Scott Stutz again. I just appreciate the board's willingness to creatively look at ways that we can provide success for our kids. So I thank you so much for that, because traditional learning is different than it used to be. Our kids are different than they used to be, as Brad articulated. But again, we've got great kids, but I think creatively finding a way to help them find success. I so appreciate your willingness to look at that. So thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Boy, Julie, Tyler, you're pretty quiet back there. Absolutely. That would be fantastic.
I like to hear myself talk. Well, I feel privileged because I have been involved in a lot of this work from the beginning and have seen a lot and grown a lot. A couple of things that I jotted down while you guys were talking was RJ's comment about not being able to, I'm gonna use the term double dip, meaning you can't award credits for multiple standards for a single educational experience. And yet, as he pointed out, we don't live our lives that way. Almost everything that we do touches on a lot of different competencies and skills all at the same time. And so I wrote down the question, like, is that actually in statute that you can't do that? Is that in rule somewhere? Is that something we made up? Is it tied to seat time, ADM, things like that? And so that to me sounds like a very exciting conversation to move forward. And I'm really looking forward to watch RJ blaze the trail, solve all the problems. But I did write that down. That is a really interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, Tyler. Oh, Mr. Bartlett, sorry.
No, and just the view from the cheap seats, and if I misread things, I apologize, but it sounds like you guys are very much interested in change and pursuing some different ways of looking at things. So I would just circle back to what Diana and Brad said at the beginning, which, okay, we're going to change things. We're going to bring in these new things and woohoo. What probably has to go away to make that work? Because that's the other piece that's always going to have to be balanced is those old traditional methods, whether they're revised, whether they're eliminated, whatever. I just really hope that we're looking at both sides of that. And again, just a latecomer to the party, but thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. Anything else from anyone? Not seeing anything, Diana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in kind of wrapping up this section of the agenda, if I may just quickly go through a couple things that I noted it in the track plan report, which is in your board docs. I don't know if you would scroll up there for me, Amy, the one you just had up. Sorry. Yeah. So just a couple things I would quickly point out to you. Accountability, those pieces that you've talked about. We can keep scrolling there. There were just a few I wanted to point out. The system of support, the only reason that's a red one is because we haven't talked with you in a while to see how are those reports doing for you. The statute goes into quite a bit of specificity about the effectiveness and deficiencies of those improvement plans. I think that is work that the department operationalizes for you. But if you have any feedback on how in depth you want that reporting back to go, that might be helpful to know, to the point where you feel like your responsibility is being met and you have the information that you need. I know they have it because we've seen the work that they do around that. And every district posts their plans. Those are publicly posted. So whether it's how you might access those or what information that you need. But in your responsibility as a board member, if you're asked about that, do you feel like you've been given enough information to say you're confident that you've fulfilled that responsibility? And then continue to scroll. Thank you, Amy. I also did note under, if we could go down to CTE, I wanted to just note there, may not even be applicable, but it's interesting that you have in statute the ability to promulgate rules. Now it says to implement this section, and that section's really short, right? So I'm not saying that rules are necessary or that you have to. That is a may. But what came to mind was with the superintendent's focus on CTE, her strategic plan, to maybe if there were a conversation needed or offered or opened, if she needs some support with that from the board in any type of a way and implementing that section, that would then in turn support that work. And then, of course, you've already mentioned the visually impaired. And then we get down to that one on establish statewide goals for public education. That is on your agenda tomorrow. Catherine will be giving you some history and background on that. And but notice, as far as officially where it's out there, here's the statewide educational goals. You said a lot of goals, you support a lot of goals. There's a lot of goal making happening everywhere in the state. And so, as you know, this has always been a little bit of a rocky road to know how do you do this in such a way that really does promote and improve and help, not just put another goal on a wall. So that'll be a great conversation tomorrow.
Wanda, sorry. Just throw something at me if I don't look. See.
Okay, absolutely.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I just wanted to circle back to the comment about CTE. One of the things the superintendent has had in her strategic plan is really a strong desire to make things efficient. And we have developed a subcommittee, and Joe Gaspari has been very active on that subcommittee. So we'll continue to meet around CTE. And Joe, just know you're not out of work. I know you were trying to take things off your plate, but I think he's been a great member. So we'll continue to meet and include the board in those discussions.
Okay. Thanks, Wanda.
We keep moving ahead, Mr. Chairman?
I believe so.
If there are no more comments or questions on your duties, I hope that little extra time this year on really looking at those at a deeper level was helpful. Particularly, I hope it comes into play when you start talking about setting your own work goals for the next year, which will also happen tomorrow, that this conversation may help your thinking in those areas. In your packet, I put in a copy of the profile of a graduate. Okay. Just as we transition into talking about graduation standards and chapter 31, thinking back now on several years when this board engaged in the profile of a graduate, one of the drivers to that was that this profile would inform your direction on graduation standards, that it would give you meaningful information, that this profile would not become graduation standards or not become another requirement on the schools, So through that work, just as a reminder, this was very much developed in conversations and listening sessions, vetting sessions, design team, all that process that happened was always about, this is Wyoming's collective vision, that it's also Wyoming's equally their collective responsibility, right? If this is what you want, then you all play a part in helping this. This isn't a go out to schools, make them hang it on their wall and prove that they do it, right? As a checklist type thing. In that process, you found some patterns across this profile, and those were drawn out for you by your design team, where they found what they were calling 7 key competencies. You received a phase 2 report, and one of the suggestions in the phase 2 report was, hey, you want your graduation standards derived or informed by this profile. You're looking and leaning into the student-centered, wasn't particularly competency-based, but that came then from the RIDE work happening to say, you know, what if these were those standards? And the consultant gave you some recommendations on how that might happen. One of the strong pieces of that recommendation, if you recall, was if you're going to lean into this notion of these types of standards, it's written a little bit different. It isn't like written out as a typical academic standard is written. The importance of setting the framework, but allowing community schools and districts to really have conversations about how they get there and how they demonstrate it. So just wanted to give you a little bit of framing. And you said this profile would be your North Star, so you'll see me put that back up in front of you throughout your conversations.
Diana, could I for just a second? I don't want to derail the conversation, but this time of year I spend too much time on horseback, I think, and I think too much. But as we think of the profile, which really is not tied, I mean, I'm not even thinking about the graduation standards yet, and that's part of our discussion. But it dawned on me that somehow I think the board needs to be thinking of a process, because this, to me, this becomes a living, breathing document that needs to change with new boards and new people and new ideas around the state. And so I think the board really needs to start thinking about how the board could have a process to keep that living and breathing and the enthusiasm. And so, like I said, I don't want to derail it, but I didn't want to miss my opportunity at this meeting somewhere to bring that up, because Diana, you and I have not even talked about that. But I just think there needs to be a way to keep that visible to people and change as times change too, and a process for that. So as we go through all this, keep that in the back of your mind if you don't mind, and maybe we can have that conversation at some point. So sorry for derailing, Diana, but.
Sure. Again, just setting that context. These are excerpts from slides and presentations you've had before. So you're not going to do a long presentation here, but just setting the stage again for these. I'll have you break out in work groups here in a bit. Remembering that this was your goal 5, right? Was to adopt graduation standards. And boy, that word adopt is jumping out at me, right? That there's a bit of a development finality there when it's moving from the development to the implementation, and that kind of signals me that that's where this board's ready to be, right? You've talked about this for a time. All right. A reminder that very interesting, your work and the collaborative work around the content and performance standards is really converging with your conversation about graduation standards. And one of your goals also with the profile was this: how do you provide room for innovation and flexibility in schools? So if you recall, this was the chart, just giving you a quick visual about really where you've gone with focusing those standards to a more reduced set, to a more guaranteed set, where you've said This is it. This is the graduation handshake for our Wyoming students. Doesn't mean that students don't go further, that they don't apply it, that they don't go into specialty pathways. But it was because that's where all this innovation and flexibility was needed. But you have a charge for uniformity. And so you've really defined what that uniformity for the state would be with the work you've done with the content performance standards. And so if you recall, having seen this again, this is a repeat, I know, just resetting the stage. You need to think about your graduation requirements as they exist in statute today. There might be conversations about approaching for changes, but I don't know. You haven't had that conversation yet. But there are the 4 years of ELA, 3 years of math, 3 years of science, 3 years of social studies. Or it talks about, and it was brought out to me this week, and I will emphasize it with you as well, as it was stated to me, really looking at that, the statute says, or competency-based equivalency examinations. And have we focused more on that notion of examination and thinking about an end of course test that you can, like, I'm not even sure the word, is it cleft, whatever. Obviously, I never was able to skip any of my college classes towards my degree, but they tell me there's this process where you take a test and do that. Yeah. But you know, this in statute says competency-based equivalencies. Brought to my attention. That doesn't sound like a paper pencil, take the final early kind of thing. Maybe that implies some demonstrations and some performance type things. Don't know. I'm not the lawyer. There's several in the room. We can lean in as the conversation goes further. And then you pair it alongside this notion of graduation standards, right? Your 7 competencies, and in some of the research around that, looking at competencies as types of demonstrations of performance. Some of the categories that are commonly brought out, there was specifically a Stanford model that says, is this going to be successful? Can't be hodgepodge all over. There has to be intentionality, which means there needs to be identified learning progressions. So if yours is, if a graduation competency is critical thinking, what does that look like as people grow and develop and mature in their critical thinking? You have to have some academic content, right? You can't think critically about blank headspace. I don't know. And then, of course, the experiences and the performances that come along with that. It's just a reminder. This is an incomplete list, but some possibilities of what districts might look at. This is just based again on that phase 2 recommendation that let the districts write their policies. You say what? Let them write their policies and plans for how. Don't know if that's where you will land, but that was the recommendation before you that's been discussed. Okay. So here was the idea. Could it be competencies to graduation standards? There's the 7. And the next one has some questions that we'll be referring to when you in your breakout. And I'm going to go over these quickly, give you a few minutes of think time to see if there might be some you might want to add. Different things you've heard. You've informally taken these to some educational groups over the last several months. Here's some things that have come out. Are all 7 competencies important as graduation standards? Generally, feedback. Very small groupings of feedback. So put that in that perspective. Nobody jumped on the take one off. It was kind of okay. Can these continue to be called competencies rather than standards? I think that came specifically from this board and was supported in some of that feedback. And we're kind of leaning into, at least when it comes to your rules, probably not, unless you would feel the need to put energy toward changing that language of statute. They want to emphasize that the reduced standards are the floor, and that is to open up possibilities for students. not to end students early, necessarily, unless that's the best in a student's plan. There's been quite a bit of conversation about that in different groups in different ways. Does this mean do your 39 math standards? Oh, you're done as a sophomore? No more. Don't worry about math now. No, the idea was to give opportunities to apply, to transfer, to go deeper into content and specialty areas. There's been some conversations about ensuring that the expectation is that schools do more than what they've already done. And that's not in terms of, this making room to do something innovative. I think this, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm capturing your guys' conversations, right? But my understanding from that or perception was we've had Common Core of skills. Those are embedded in the standards. So would the graduation standards be more than saying, well, we had them both on a piece of paper and we showed how problem solving's in Common Core, it's embedded in the standards, therefore check off that you're done for graduation there. Maybe, I guess, but I think the concern was we want this more than just paper alignment and say, gee, everything we're doing already meets all these graduation standards. So a way to expect that opening up of thinking of innovation. I see Mark nodding his head. Can you help me, Mark? I don't know if I captured the board's thought there.
I read those statements you have up here, and it, in a sense, almost becomes kind of an FAQ document that would be helpful, I think, for school districts. In my in-between question, I wrote this phrase. I wonder if there should be a statement that graduation standards established by the state board were done so to more fully transfer and apply learning to maximize potential during all 4 years of high school, rather than intending to graduate students early. So again, I think I'm hitting what you're talking about, Diana, that this isn't just to get your 26 required credits early so you can get out. This is to say we get to learn with you for 4 years. And then, if you start in 8th grade, I guess could be 5. And so we want to maximize that potential, but the graduation standards or the competencies really are an application of all that knowledge you've been gaining in those English and science and history classes. So this is more than just taking, 4 years of English. There has to be an application, transfer, evidence as part of that vision of what that child looks like when they march across that stage. And so could it be incorporated into a class? Sure. But I think your point about alignment, like, well, let's just check it off. Competency number 1, English 4, competency number 2, science, physics. No, I don't think we want that. We really are saying, you've got this foundational knowledge. Now get out there and apply it. Then let's graduate you. And I think that message somehow, maybe I'm speaking for the board here. I hope I am. That message is, this is more than just earning the credit by sitting in a seat.
Thank you, Mark. And I think that's going to, again, you're going to break out in groups here soon. You'll have some great conversation. And I don't need to read all of the rest of these because the next 3 kind of start getting into some specifics. And that's largely what we heard just in kind of the testing, the input. People didn't have a lot of red flags that they raised with the 7 competencies. It was more how these will operationalize and then some of these more logistics pieces. Mr. Chairman, Scott has his hand up.
Oh, Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. Based off what Mark, thank you for your comments. I feel like in the conversations around competencies and skills that we're all having, it fundamentally is what kids are doing with their content knowledge. So I like the wording around emphasizing application. Really clears up, I think, a lot of the clouds around a lot of the vocabulary we're using. And just to throw out there too, I feel like I don't think this lands at the state school board level, but to kind of keep in the back of your head too, we're also talking about how districts are how they reflect what a child learns. For example, right now, our traditional instruments around our current transcript systems and our educational record systems are very just GPA course based. And so something to consider in the future as we do more of this work is, how does the educational record of a child change? And then how does that push on sustainable change in schools across the state as you are targeting more than just a AP course or a course in CTE, but you're trying to show on some document at the end of the day how a kid is performing in these application-based competencies. And so just something to think about, I believe, as we go forward. Transcripts are an important piece, a required piece, as we all know. I'm not trying to shake up the traditional transcript, but there is room to add an additional component to that transcript or record that shows what a child knows in regards to competency application in addition to GPA knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Mark.
Scott, kind of bouncing off of your comment, I'm thinking about, and I don't have the research right on the back of my head here, but you know, college success is definitely more than just that ACT score. And when you look at the list of activities and programs that kids are involved in and how they add that to their college application, in a sense, that may say more about college success than the score that they receive on that ACT. And I think you're suggesting that with the transcript. Are there ways for us to promote that idea of, here are some transference experiences that really show they know their stuff in math or in civics or whatever it might be. But I think that's where you're headed. Is that did I catch you right?
Yes, Chairman Lambert, Board Member Mark Mathern, I agree. You did capture that right. Our local district is working on a way going forward to determine how we can have students track their competency development over time with evidence starting in grade 6 through 12. And then by the time they graduate, they're fully self-aware of competencies and how they're doing, whether they're the co-captain of the soccer team or school of careers opportunity or work at night, or it's part of an exam in an English class. I think the goal, I think, when the board is talking about this type of work, is to clearly understand that these happen in and out of school, but having an accountable system on the back end that can follow the kid, but also represent what they know as a human being is the ultimate goal, not to minimize the importance of grades and courses. That's just part of our system and a very important part. However, I think everyone would agree in their heart of hearts of educators that doesn't necessarily represent the whole child. So moving forward into the future, developing systems that can really personalize it down to the kid level would be an ultimate goal.
Mark, go ahead.
Diana, on that last slide that you had those 10 questions, and I know we're going to generate more, but I just want to point out number 4. It uses the line, expect schools to do more than what they've always done. And I was thinking about the comment earlier from the superintendent. And I wonder if there's a way to rephrase that. I mean, in a sense, I go to my doctor for an annual visit, and I'm hoping he does more or she does more now than she's always done when I went when I was 12. So I hope they're doing more than they used to, but it's still an annual visit. So it's really not so much doing more, it's like doing differently or doing some other term that doesn't imply more. And then the other piece I wanted to add to that, Diana, was I feel like our board has worked hard on removing some of the barriers, so there is room for innovation, flexibility, and various learning. And you pointed it out earlier in the slide, we've reduced the standards, or we're in the process, by like 50 or 60%. That's going to reduce the amount of time we're in assessment situations. It's going to reduce the amount of time, teachers are being held accountable for, standard after standard after standard in terms of recording them. So I feel like we're trying to remove the barriers, but then that means you've got some room to do things differently. So I'm thinking number 4, if it ends up as a frequently asked question, we should work on the verbiage.
Got it. Agree.
Amy.
I'm glad you, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad you brought this up, Dr. Mathern. When I was looking at that reduced set of standards, the first thing that came to my mind is that we have to be very careful to not think that by reducing those standards, we've actually taken anything really off the plate. Because, as an elementary educator, and I know I've said this before, they still need all those foundational skills before they get to the standard that's actually going to be assessed. And so while it looks like things have been taken off educators' plates, the reality is things are streamlined for an assessment, but all of those standards are still there and should be there. And so looking for other ways that we can create that flexibility or that space, requirements that can be removed so that innovation can happen. I think we have to continue that, and that reduction in standard is just the tip of the iceberg of what we need to remove for educators.
Mr. Chair.
Taylor.
Just add on to those 2 great points. One suggestion would maybe be saying something like expect schools to adapt to the needs of our students or to the needs of students, because it really is through that creativity and flexibility and innovation that they're adapting it. But I agree. I think that word to do more can really be off-putting to a lot of individuals.
RJ.
Something that Mark had talked about earlier that seems to, in my mind, surface up now is shared responsibility. And the idea that the responsibility can't be all put on the teacher. The responsibility has to be shared with the student, and the student has to be able to demonstrate that. And I might be misinterpreting, but I think our goal, and I think everybody's goal, is when a student walks out of those doors, they're capable of going out and being productive, not repeating whatever they learned in math or whatever they learned in science or whatever. Can you put that to work? Can you make that function in the world we live in? Because that's what we really want out of our students. Those grades, those things that they achieved in those different classes don't mean anything if they can't use it. And that's the critical issue, is how do we get that shared responsibility, and how do we get them to be able to demonstrate the ability to use that stuff? So one of these times an idea of 3 letters will come up in my mind that I would say, but for now I'll hold that up. So.
Thanks, RJ. Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be careful, you asked me to speak earlier and now I'm gonna get going a lot. I really do appreciate Amy's perspective, out of the classroom side of things, because that is our perspective in our school, is you can say they're reduced standards and those kind of things, but the requisites require that you still have to do all that instruction still. None of that instructions come off the plate. So that's something to keep in mind. So I would say 2 things before you get into your group work and everything else. Number 1, on that number 4, where you say expect schools to do more, respectfully, you guys can rephrase that however you want. You are expecting school districts to do more. I just own that, and that's okay, but that's what you guys are doing with this. And I think that's a good challenge, and I think it's good for students, but I think let's own that that's what we're doing. And then the other thing I would say, and I'm sorry to be a Debbie Downer on this. I love the talk about college success and students that are highly motivated and looking at graduating early and all the different things that can happen with those high flyers. The reality, at least in my world, is we also always have to keep in mind those students that we are dragging across the graduation stage with tons of interventions and tons of support. And so when I read things like, growth mindset and resilience and work habits, and yes, I want that for my own kids. I want that for everyone's children. What kind of supports are we going to establish for those kids that none of that comes naturally? It's not taught by parents at home. They don't participate in the extracurricular activities. Be thinking about those students as well, not just the ones that might have the chance to graduate early, because we spend a lot of time and energy on those students here. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't back up just a smidgen on the Scott and Mark's deal, a little bit about the transcript and I go back, and Diana, you and I are old enough, and I think RJ, but I mean, part of the reason that old body of evidence portfolio whole thing was not successful is because higher ed didn't care. And so as we have this conversation, we need to keep higher ed in that realm of, it's not just your A, B, C, D, but those other things make a difference too when they go to the next level. So, because I do know that was part of the reason that was not successful. So I think Mr. LaCroix was not here, but he would not have been happy if I didn't say something. So.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got those notes. Thank you, board members. So a few minutes thinking about, again, I was trying to capture questions and things that have come up in small meetings, the whole board. Is there anything pressing just right now that says that you would say, add this to the list before we go into breakout groups? In your groups, you may come up with more questions on your own as well. But anything for the whole group right now that you'd say, toss this one on there while you're talking about it.
Mr. Chair, this is Scott. One more thing from my end, thank you, Diana, is I really appreciate the comments that were just spoken about those students who don't come to the table with some advantages compared to others. And I do think I'm glad that comment was brought up, because that's critical to this work going forward when we talk about students who just struggle in life, period. I can speak to that here. We have a significantly diverse school district with over 45% students, Latino, and about over 100 newcomer students that are recently have walked across the border to our town to join our system. And we are confronted with students who need to be taught fundamental skills in terms of how to be a student. Just simply how do you be a productive student? And so I love the comments on all students, and I think this work does provide some of that opportunity. But I just wanted to make that comment that that is our charge, that is our goal, to keep that whole student in mind, especially those that struggle on a day in and day out basis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also appreciate those comments from Mr. Bartlett and Dr. Pearson and Mr. Crisp as well. I'm a local school board member. I see it every day. In my line of work, I would say the vast majority of my clients were those students. And now I'm helping them to clean up their mess that they've made. And I think often of how we could have better served that population at a time when they needed it the most. And I'm on the business subcommittee working with and thinking a lot about CTE. And I think this is such an important area that we need to think about. I know I wrote down all these questions that I have as you were talking, because I just don't even know how, I hope the expertise that we have in the room can help address how we can get there. But, when do we identify them? How do we identify them? How can we get them on a path that is appropriate for them at where they're at? At what age do we determine that? What kinds of opportunities can we make available for them? I think that's really going to be very critical. There's a lot of kids out there. So I just wanted to add, thank you for bringing that up.
Mr. Chair, Debbie wrote, shared responsibility should include parents, community members, etc.
Okay, thanks, Amy. Thanks, Debbie. So shall we take a quick break, Diane? Are we there? And then we can break out into groups. Would that work?
Yeah, here's what I might ask. Sure. Since your next task, what I'm going to ask you to do, because you are going to start getting into the language of chapter 31, right, in your breakout groups. So maybe combining a break along with read time. I think it's just very important. In your packet, you have a copy of the current chapter 31, just as it reads today. Very important, if you haven't had a recent opportunity to read that you do. I've also included the statement of reasons. Now, remember, the statement of reasons goes in with the rule promulgation process, and it is kept on record with the agency, but it might give you some insights into some of the thinking that went behind the language in chapter 31. Now, that doesn't always necessarily mean what's out there. Public access is chapter 31. But when you look at those two together, it might give you some unique insights. So it's not a lot of pages, but it's enough that I think giving everybody time. So I suggest, Mr. Chairman, a break plus read time. So maybe make that break a little extended. So when you go into the group, you really have that good foundation into what chapter 31 actually says today.
Okay, with that, Amy, are we going to be able to pull Debbie and Scott into the group discussion? Is that going to be possible? Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Mark.
Just to set the stage. So a couple of things. One, how do you want us divided? You say up here 3 groups. Do you want us to number off, or how do you want to do that? So that's one thing. Then the second one, as I looked at the beginning of what you've put into chapter 31, I just want to set the stage for the board here. We're really saying, I think what you're attempting here is to figure out how we're going to get these competencies translated to standards and how we put that into graduation. So that's kind of our purpose. Is we're looking for wording, we're looking for the message that the standards are now part of that conversation. Is that fair?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and explain a little bit so you know what you're going into the group work, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair. So what I envisioned, and it's your retreat, so adjust as you see fit. But coming back, you will have read chapter 31 to know what it says, not the marked up, what it says, what the statement of reasons were behind that when it was adopted, right? And then the working document, where I threw some things in there, have no clue. Nothing being endorsed by me there. It's just, again, as I often do, to get you started, right? And then what I hope to do is 3 groups. right? As far as the dividing of the group, I was hoping the board would divide themselves kind of based on which of those topics they want to go the deepest into. And then we might have to adjust. I'll talk with Mr. Chair. You usually have audience kind of divide and participate as well. We'll keep one group in here so that they can stay with the online folks. We do have a room for the other two groups to go and work, right? You're right, Mark, in that it's kind of twofold. It's not just getting in the language of chapter 31 and maybe how to include those competencies, but based on those other questions, identifying, I'm going to ask you in your groups, look at those questions, look at that chapter 31. Does chapter 31 already address it, really? And if it does it just need to be beefed up and clarified a little bit? Maybe one of those questions is, that's not appropriate for chapter 31. And we'll have some folks that have history with working on writing rules in your groups with you to help you think about that. But don't let them say, but no, they're writing 10 for it. Don't let them know that's not usually how it's done in rules. You might want to consider it over here in a department guidance or something. Don't let that stop you from having the conversation. But that's going to be too. I mean, some of those questions get pretty specific about credit counting and stuff. Ellen?
Thank you. I was just wondering how you wanted us to handle the definitions, because they're not part of the three pieces, right? But we should be looking at those or not, or do you want?
So I've got group one.
Okay.
And so you'll come back here. I do want to show you what I plugged into that working piece before you break out to your group so you understand that. That's involved. In chapter 31 right now, it mentions performance level descriptors in chapter 10. The chapter 10 proposal sitting on the governor's desk does not have performance level descriptors in them. So there's going to have to be some conversations around that. Looking over my shoulder, I was kind of hoping Lori might join that group number one. So, and then you'll see one of the things I have in there is a suggestion. Yes, talk about district assessment systems, but I'm going to be asking that group, should district assessment systems be under chapter 31? District assessment system is a K-12 system. You're looking at graduation requirements chapter, and it makes it get kind of long, and well, we'll see what you think. So I don't know if I answered your question fully, but I've got a lot of work for you guys to do in your groups specific to these different pieces of chapter 31. That's why I think a good read of the chapter as it currently exists and the statement of reasons would be helpful. There's a lot in there.
So with that, we'll take a little break and a reading break, I guess we'll call it. So what are you thinking? 15 minutes, Diana? Is that sufficient, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, can we come back at 10?
Yeah.
A little over 15 minutes.
Split us up first so we know what we're focusing on, or do you want us to go off to?
Pardon?
Do you want to focus us first on, like, split us into groups so we know what we should be focusing on our reading, or do you want us to do the whole?
I really want you to have an overall of the whole thing, and then we're going to, when we come back at 10, we'll do a quick look through it together before you break out.
15 minutes. Speed reading.
Specifically, I can think of one. So sometimes student centers.
And that's why it's. Like I need a quiet corner where I can read. I've been so swirled. She wants us to read the statement of reason and all of this chapter 21. Yeah. It's the unedited version, so just to not this part, but to hear it. Yes, you're kind of recorded anyway, so it's kind of. Yeah, it was a big thing. And then high school GPAs and all of those things. They went, no, we can't do that.
That's like.
I know. You know what I mean?
I do.
So you're.
Just find the rest.
So strike through isn't quite right. What they're going to do is now, I want them over to one is every year. And then it's on. And you know, that's a. Generally, because the wind isn't so important to them. And really want to work that later. It's really it's faster. Yes. Yeah. So then. And the work plan, and they should also sort of.
Yeah.
Again, use suggestion mode. Specific language. And so that's really funny. What's it called?
My daughter goes that come out every time they hold on to my leg, come into my
On my thing, I haven't read it yet, but I think I'm good. I'll probably lean on it. If you have any questions, what were you thinking? Thanks for catching those things in the press release too. Linda, when does that release go out? 3?
And I said,
And all you studious people. I know, that's with me.
like right now, I was alone, my husband. So like I have the dead bolt, like I'm literally in the middle of nowhere, conversation, and no one would know. How you Where are you?
She's got all these around. No, I think he's like. Yeah. I'm gonna tell him that's
Yeah. Before I get. How's everybody doing? Are we good? Yep. Laurel's shaking her head yet, so.
All right.
I think let's go ahead, Diana.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you've had a little bit of a break and you've had a chance. It's fresh in your mind now. You know what's in chapter 31. You know those statement of reasons behind that chapter and how it exists today, right? So what I want to do now is show you the working document you can work from in your group, okay? With a few pieces that have been put in there to get you started. Feel free to trash can those, okay? This is just to get you started in your work. So, Amy, if you go to that section 3 definitions, couple things I would point out there. For instance, thinking about section 3A definitions. The way it currently reads is it talks about alignment means the evidence that district assessment system is aligned to state standards, both in terms of content and cognitive complexity. And you'll see I added the word performance and graduation standards because in the chapter 10 rules that you have now going through the process, you clearly defined for districts that it is the performance standards that need to be on the district assessment, not all the standards, i.e. the content standards, right? So you'll see some of those pieces while they're there. Let's look at that section 3B. Currently, it reads assessment means an ongoing process that includes collecting, synthesizing, interpreting information about what students know, their knowledge, and are able to do, their skills. Well, we've heard through the informal and even today, this real focus on this, what kinds of demonstrations might count. And if you read through chapter 31 and under the definition of assessment, you can do performance, you can do these demonstrations, you can do these other than what we think of a traditional paper pencil examination. Now, maybe the way it's worded in statute, competency-based equivalency examination, says it all. I don't know, if you really wanted to say examination is the same as assessment in the board's thinking when it comes to district assessment systems. So you might want to put examination, maybe not. Okay, so some of those types of thinkings when you're in your group, those might come to you. I want to point out again, if we scroll a little further, Amy, I won't go over all of these, but because I've highlighted under the definitions section, that subsection J with Romanet 1, 2, and 3. You've got a problem there with your proposed chapter 10. Those performance level descriptors aren't in there, and that's why I might, if it works for you, I might have Lori in with your group when you get to that point of that conversation. So that's some of the things in the working document. Do not think in your group that those have to stand again. Okay. So, any questions about that document before I give you your instructions for your group?
Any questions for Diana? Don't say any.
Okay, thank you. You'll see the graduation standards are plugged and so on. Oops. Okay. So now in your groups, what we'd like to do is 3 groups. There's a scribe already assigned for each group to take down your thoughts. So all of you should be able to fully engage and not have to worry about capturing everybody's ideas. We'll have one group in here, and by default, online people, I hope that's okay. Whatever groups in this room will be your group as well. We do have another room. We'll send the other groups too, so you have a little more space and room to talk and spread out. First thing I want you to do when you get to your groups is go back to those questions, right? Look at those questions, and now that you've reread the chapter 31, just have a conversation and point out, boy, I think that question is already addressed in chapter 31, or it could be if we beefed it up or something. You might look at one of those questions and say, I don't think we'd want to get that detailed, or maybe that shouldn't be in chapter 31. Maybe there's another place for it. But scribes are still going to capture it, right, for you in some way. Doesn't mean you want to ignore it, but maybe you might think it fits there or not. You may come up with more questions. When you're doing this part of it, you're looking at the whole chapter, right? Anywhere you might find those questions answered or those questions addressed, or the answers to those questions need to be changed or something, okay? I will be coming around and checking, seeing how that's going in each group, because at a particular point in time, we're going to want groups to break, maybe when it's appropriate for your group, and go to your second task in your group. And in that piece, what we're going to ask you to do is look into the section of the chapter that your group was specifically assigned. Group 1 is looking at purpose and definitions. That's where the definitions group would have the discussion about performance level descriptors. That's when you're discussing the specific language in your section. Okay. If you find your group getting into wordsmithing, please move past that. Okay. You don't have to have this perfect cleaned strikeout version, but you might just hit with some really powerful language that you want to insert in there. Your scribe will do that for you. But do look more closely at that language, okay? Pick up things that you would like to see in there, or maybe things you would like to remove. Comments, questions you might have.
Taylor.
The conclusion. Yeah, I didn't assign those specifically, but you could if you see something in there. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Group 1. The gauntlet's been thrown down. Okay. Yeah, a great idea. Great idea, because there is that conclusion statement, which could be very powerful actually for the board if they wanted to put something there. If people in your group, we're gonna have people with background experience in writing these rules with you. Laurel's done them, Julie's done them, certainly department folks are here. Sean is here who leads that now. And they might give you some comments about, well, typically in definitions, we don't do that. That is not to dissuade you. Don't stop and go, oh, then we're not going to write. Go ahead and put that in there. But what we don't want to have happen is say, hey, I thought we had that conversation for it at the retreat. And now they're saying, don't. They'll just give you a heads up, you know, and a little bit of real time on the spot training for some of the rules pieces, right? Okay, so they'll take that opportunity to learn with you if those kind of things come up, but it is not to derail or control your conversation whatsoever in that. Okay. End goal. What is the end goal here? I'm hoping that we can work tonight, kind of combine these things as you come back and really look through what all the groups have done. To have something that you might feel comfortable to say, okay, take this to the powers that be, you know, the department, the AG's office, those that help you work with your rules, and really start thinking about getting some decisions nailed down in the coming months to adopt those graduation standards. That's your goal. Okay. Out of all the work you'll do today, this is probably the part that gets you closest to the brass tacks, where the rubber hits the road, because you've talked about vision on this topic for a long time. Okay.
So Diana, can I ask either you or Catherine, maybe, is this the only place that the district assessment system is in rules, is in chapter 31? Okay.
Maybe a caveat to that might be, if you want to look, if you're in that group, you might want to take a peek over into chapter 6, which might get more into how it's monitored and things for the accreditation chapter. Yeah, I don't know, Catherine, but I think it might be as well. Okay. All right. So we're going to do group board first and get you some assigned space, and then you can get started. So I might just ask via show of hands if you have a particular piece on this topic that you want to be in on. There's those working like with the purpose, the definitions, and now going into the conclusions. Thank you. You know how to work a group, right? Get the most out. 2 is the actual graduation standards and requirements sections, and then the district assessment system. So let me ask, thinking that some might have very specific ideas about grad standards and requirements. Is there somebody that says, I want to be in that group? This is where the competencies would potentially land.
I had wondered about going into the assessment.
You want assessment, Mark? Okay, that helps.
6.
Group 3?
Group 3, I mean.
Chairman Lambert,
Yes.
Diane, I'll join that one as well. This is Scott.
Okay. So we might leave you guys in this room. Okay. Anyone else wants to self-assign before we number off? Okay, Laurel. Taylor. Okay, RJ. Kristen. Looks like hot topic there. Debbie, by default, you're going into group 3. I hope that's okay.
That's fine.
Anyone else have a strong preference?
Well, we'll be happy with purpose.
Oh, thank you. Grad standards, okay. Right, can we pick up one more for district assessment system? Anybody feeling?
I can do it. And if nobody,
Bill?
unless somebody wants to.
Yeah, me too.
That's what I was gonna
Okay.
say, wherever.
Amy, I'll put you in with Joe then. I got, who else do I need?
Yeah, I'll do purpose.
Thank you. Wow, four 4, 5, and 4. Perfect. Did I get everybody?
Can you guys break up into those groups wherever you're interested, everybody else, because we've always allowed that the last couple of years, so we want involvement from Linda, Wanda, everybody. Catherine, you're always valuable.
Yeah, you might want her. She might be a
Yes.
question answer running around. And so Sean and Wanda will lead groups 1 and 2 down to where you're going to meet. That's Joe, Amy, Ellen, Dickey, RJ, Kristen, Pete, Laurel, Taylor. And then group 3 stays in here. Scott, Mark, Debbie, Bill. Julie's going to be your scribe. And you guys get to pick on whichever one sounds entertaining to you. Any other questions before we break off? Your group 1. We can have, if Amy will stand there with her hand up as 1. RJ, if you will stand on the other side of the doorway with your fingers up as 2. Bill, you just need a 3 in the air. Okay, people notice.
Careful how I do that. My fingers.
That's how we get them to where they need to go. Find your group leader.
At least Amy's got the right finger up.
And follow RJ.
We used to have a district survey called the Finger to the Wind Survey. And my staff would say, which finger?
And what was your answer?
Well, that's part of the survey.
Start this, Mark.
Hey, Scott, are you there? And Debbie, are you there?
I'm here. Yep. Just checking out the red line version.
Yeah, so that's what I thought. I'd pull up the one where she started amending. And then I also pulled up chapter 6 just because she said that Diana said there's, cross-reference in chapter 6. So
Yeah, it's the doggy.
it might be worth pulling that up, Scott, if you have that option. I don't think it's in our agenda. I just Googled it. So.
Okay. I'll pull it up.
I'm glad that worked out. Yeah, I was really.
Sorry, I have to connect to the Wi-Fi. Scott and Debbie, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to work on section 6, or 5, 6, whatever they call it, the district assessment system.
Correct.
Yep.
And one of Diana's main questions.
Theoretically stay in school until December. We don't get ADM for them. That is, we lose money because those kids have left us.
Right.
Either they've left us because they've already accomplished everything they need because they have the aptitude to do so. And can we provide them a opportunity where it's more relevant for them? So it's a work experience, or as you said, they're working with a vet to work on a science standard to check that off. That's where we get these kids now more engaged in authentic learning or they want to be in school because now they can see that there's a reason why I'm doing this. It is leading to my future, and it absolutely makes sense that I can do it. So I think those are the right conversations that absolutely are going to get our kids more involved.
And just to follow up, Scott, and it's reference to a comment made earlier, the intention is not to graduate the kids early. The
Correct.
intention is to say, wow, you're done. You met this competency by October. What do you want to do next?
Absolutely.
And how can we set that up to help you do that? Want to
Yes.
go be a vet? Let's get you connected with a vet, and we'll continue to keep you on the rolls as a member, but you're not going to show up here every day. You're going to show up at Doc Martin's house,
Yep.
you know, or whatever.
And that is more work for the district, but that's the right work.
Yeah.
That's the work we want to do for these kids because we know how it's going to impact their future.
Yeah.
So Julie, I know Diana wants us to keep moving, but I got a
Alright.
quick question before we move on to she wants us to move to the district assessment system, correct, Mark?
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, you wrote the rules and you're the guru.
I don't know if I'm the guru, but I
Yeah,
read.
well, you are. I mean, compared to me. So I'm looking at the 30,000 foot view for me.
Okay.
But the paragraph that Scott Crisp just read a little bit ago about the district policy for course credit, and that's in the statement of reasons.
Mhm.
So what protection does a district have that's fact and cannot be interpreted different down the road? Because that will not be in the official rules.
That's a good question, and I think that harkens to Diana's comment earlier today that perhaps you look at the statement of reasons and see, are there things in there that maybe should go into rules? That is definitely the right of the board to make those considerations.
Because there's nothing to protect that. Is there in the statement of reasons?
I would have to look at the section on graduation required, diploma awarding policies to see,
Well, it would,
but
that language would have to be in the official rules
if,
for it
if
to
there's
have.
nothing like that already in the rules, you would want it in the rules.
Okay.
Rules have the full force and effect of the law.
Okay. Okay.
So you want to jump to the district assessment system, section 6
Sure.
of chapter 31. Scott and Deb, did you get that?
You said that again, Mark. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're going to jump to section 6.
Of the chapter 31
Chapter
rules.
31, it's Diana highlighted, I think, the whole thing in yellow because she wondered if we should pull it out of chapter 31.
My gut feeling is yes, it needs to be a separate one with the ties like we've talked about, but that's just my gut feeling.
And I'm good with pulling out the piece I would add. And Julie, if you'll capture this for me.
Yep, 1 second. Hold on.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right, and I'm ready.
Okay, wherever this ends up, if it's in its own chapter, that's fine. 21-2-202, section A, Romanet 36 is specifically mentions uniform graduation standards. I don't think that's actually in the verbiage that's in front of us. Inside the assessment, inside this document, inside section 6. So I would say that whatever we do, that needs to be added. A reference to that statute.
Okay. Got it.
I guess while Julie's doing that, I would just give my reason why I think it needs to be a separate one, is just to be fair to everyone when they look up some of these rules. I mean, to be under graduation standard would be difficult to find unless you knew it was there. And it seemed like you're more, out in the open with things if you identify them more as what they are instead of hiding them somewhere. I mean, it could have the perception of hiding it, put it that way.
Diana, aren't we supposed to be moving toward our own chapters as a state board? Rather than,
Yes.
so maybe this could be our first official chapter.
Well, certificate of completion took that spot. It's
Yeah.
number one.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Two is always good.
Yeah, 2 works good, Mark.
It is good. Can't get to 3 without 2.
And so then do we want to talk about the changes that were proposed in that district assessment system, the section 6?
Yes. And I'm going back and forth between a couple different documents.
Okay.
So you want to start with the strike and underline changes?
Well, I would assume maybe so. Is that?
Yeah, that's fine. So in section B, Romanet I, the addition of the K-12 is to make clear that the district assessment system is a K-12 system. So that's the reason for the addition and perhaps further justification for pulling this out into its own chapter. The change from state standards to performance and graduation standards is because state standards encompasses content standards as well. The district assessment system is relevant to the performance and graduation standards. So that's why those changes are there. If I'm saying anything wrong, let me know. Kind of just making it up as I go, Bill. You know how I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that you'll see that change throughout all of Romanet 1 and also in Romanet 2.
So that's really the only changes that we're identifying.
So far, I think if this is, especially if this is pulled out into its own chapter, this will probably be fleshed out a bit more. But as it exists right now, I think those are the only changes that are necessary in this context, but you could correct me if I'm wrong.
You know, Mark had mentioned way earlier in this conversation on B Romanet 1 that the description of content and cognitive complexity doesn't really address graduation standards. So I'm wondering if we don't just need another Romanet 2 for and separate performance and graduation standards. Put graduation standards in only in Romanet 2, performance standards in Romanet 1.
Right, and you're still in section 6?
I believe she is, yeah.
Yes.
Deb, another idea kind of connected to that is a clarification that the cognitive complexity of the graduation standards is at higher levels than maybe some of the cognitive complexity of some of our current standards. We our academic standards. We may have some knowledge standards, you know, students comprehend or they demonstrate, but we're really pushing harder on application and creation and analysis at that higher level when it comes to graduation standards. So that might be another way to attack this if we don't want to leave the cognitive complexity term. Just throw that out. I don't know.
Or you could directly talk about application and transfer, so it is in the first standard. It says apply and transfer, but.
Scott, did you have something?
No, not at this point. I really do like the word application of learning. It just simplifies it too for anybody. It's not referenced a lot in here.
Any other thoughts on this? Because I know Diana said the other groups will probably be done about 11:30.
Oh, and we want to be done before them because we're better. So.
I have one question for the team, and maybe this is on the WD site. I'm not aware. Is there a kind of a go-to sort of FAQ clarifying document that sort of the non-educator can make sense of some of this? Maybe not, maybe there is, but I wonder. The reason I bring that up is I just feel like sometimes we lose the ability for people to want to take a risk and a chance because they're fearful of breaking a rule that they don't understand. And I feel like some of the work we're talking about, unless it is different for a lot of people to get their hands around, and without real good clarity on it, so there's not this fear of breaking a rule, which no one wants to do, that actually pauses the work at the site's level. They want to make sure they're in compliance and they're doing the right work. So maybe when it's all said and done, I'm happy to work with a team on it too, just coming up with an FAQ to really clarify everything.
I think that's a good idea, Scott. And that is the statement of reasons as it's written right now was intended to provide that clarity and hey, districts, you can do this. You really can think outside the box. But as already stated, a lot of people don't look at the statement of reasons, or it's hard to get access to them. And that certainly is not as easy to read as an FAQ.
Yeah.
That could be a good for the board.
I like it. I have to be honest. This is the first I've seen the statement of reasons, and that's my own issue. I just usually jump right to the chapter, but I really appreciate the clarity of that document from my lens.
Thank you.
So, Scott, that if you're inside today's agenda, you see a document called Profile-Based Graduation Approach Draft 6.2024.pdf. Do you see that? It's
which one is that? Which I'm in number line item group work right now on the agenda.
Group work 5.1. And then the first public content document. It's like a giant table that Diana created.
Okay.
I don't know if you can.
I'm on the.
Is it the profile-based graduation approach?
It looks like this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
Do you remember when we were working on the standards and trying to clarify which standards are going to be in the district assessment system and which ones don't have to be?
Yeah.
We created that table, and we actually convinced the lawyers to allow the table to go into Chapter 10. I'm kind of with you that if we could draw a picture of what we mean here, similar to what Diana has attempted here with this profile-based graduation approach. This is just her draft, but if we could draw a picture like you're talking about to say, so when people bring up scenarios like, you mean we could send the kid to a veterinarian? I mean, that there would be some descriptor that shows it's this plus this equals diploma. I think that would clarify some of the things you're suggesting.
For example, if you look at the column that says educational experiences, the two statutes listed under there, 219101E is that statute that talks about like co-curricular and extracurricular experiences outside of the classroom being allowed and encouraged by the legislature. So many people are not aware of that. But I like that idea of maybe like putting something like this in there, and the statutory references are right there. I mean, so if some other entity wants to come in and slap the district's hand and say, no, you're not allowed to do that, you can say, well, actually I can. It's right here, but so many districts either A, are not aware of those allowances, or they're nervous to take advantage of them for that very reason.
I would say it's just like teaching. If our constituents don't get the complexities, then innovation and change, taking a step in that, won't occur. Not because they're not for it or against it, they just don't understand how it all connects together. And I have, and I'm happy to not just talk about it, but actually sit down and figure out how we can do that. So
Scott,
Awesome.
Scott, to me, it's very much like the fact that our current statute says competency-based examination. I mean, we don't have a lot in there, but that literally opens the door to all kinds of possibilities, but we don't know the extent to which we could dream about what that phrase would allow. And so I think really expanding on, well, what do you mean by that phrase? I think would help the typical parent or the typical administrator, or teacher, or student design their own plan.
Well, anything else you guys want to discuss before I turn off my microphone and walk away?
I think we're good, aren't we, Mark? Scott, Debbie?
great. I'm good. Thank you very much.
I think we've covered it out.
You guys are Cowboy State Bingo. Everybody's gonna play.
What's Cowboy State Bingo?
I'm not sure. Something Linda has. I know they needed my hat. I know that much.
Oh,
Got to draw something.
is this the one where you put a bunch of cows on the football field and they crap in your head?
Did you see their football field? Did you drive by it?
No.
Oh, you didn't? They got it all tore up now. So that really added a whole different realm to that conversation.
Thank you, Jens. Nice.
Mr. LaCroix, Dr. Mathern here just said something about bringing a bunch of cows onto a football field, and I had a whole unique visual of your football field with a bunch of cows on it right now.
Oh, God, it's cold in here. That other room is
Amy is in her
20 degrees.
Your mic's on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for participating in those groups in the great conversation. It was exciting to go from group to group and hear the different conversations going on. Most exciting for thinking about the future of education in Wyoming when you hear these types of conversations happening with the State Board of Education. So thank you for that time. We're going to do a little bit of a report out. Okay, but we're going to start our report out with the sections that your group worked on. So we know some of the questions might come into play there, but specifically talk about the highlights of your different sections. What were some key points in your conversations? And then lunch is planned at 12:15. So then if we have time, we'll come back through and have some conversations about the overall questions that you all looked at. So we're going to do your tasks in reverse. Is that clear? Any questions? We're good? Okay. So I believe our group one that was working on some of the purpose and definitions pieces of this, and then you're going to jump us down to the conclusion section as well. So.
Okay, I'll be the spokesman specifically on the purpose. What we would like to see, as it reads, section 2 is very dry and or the purpose section 2 is we would like a little more inspiration by including verbiage, and we never really came to any conclusion on the verbiage, but of the profile of the graduate, and also the preamble to the Wyoming Constitution, where we want to perpetuate to posterity the civil, political, and religious liberties through our education. So if we could somehow write that. I'm not a writer, so therefore, anyway, that's what we wanted to do with the purpose.
So I'll kick off the definition stuff. I think I also wanted to just add to what Joe said. We also talked about including the language from 21-2304A3, which is the statute. That's the right one, right, Lori? Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're welcome. So we had those three pieces that we sort of wanted to put together into 2 succinct sentences, or have someone else put together for us. In terms of the definition section, we had a long conversation about section 3B, and we thought that I guess we had a wondering or a concern that the definitions of assessment and examination, the definition itself is broad and we like it. However, we would like some examples of the opportunities students might have to demonstrate proficiency in those areas, as opposed to just limit, because we had a sense that those 2 words were more limiting than what we meant in section B. I'm going to leave section C for just a minute, Mark, because we know you had a concern about that. But then also in section D, thinking about the more broad possibilities out there than just coursework, we would like to add the word opportunity and then have some examples of opportunity as well as coursework. So coursework and other opportunities to demonstrate how students might meet the state standards. We looked at section G, again, which defines a course that is aligned, and we would like to expand that also to include words like opportunities to demonstrate proficiency that aren't just bound to a course itself, like a capstone or an experience or an internship, something like that. So going back to section, oh, sorry, let me skip over to the next page. Under J, the words in red, competency-based equivalency examinations, we struggled with until we decided that it's in the statute written that way, so we can't do anything about it. However, we felt that if we expanded the definition under B of examination and included some examples, that we felt much more comfortable about that. And then we wanted to make sure that after we've expanded those other definitions, that Dr. Mathern's concern about the limited language of subsection C being only thinking as opposed to other things was that we had sort of taken care of that concern that you had. Did I get everything, Amy Pearson?
You did, yep.
Okay.
Thank you, and I'll go for our group, the last section, which is consultation with local districts, and really it talks about this timeline that within 12 months of the effective date of these rules, each local district submits to the board what it's doing to upgrade or to align to the new rules. And then within 120 days of receiving the local district's requirements, the state board shall identify any areas in which the district does not comply. If we end up making a significant change to this chapter, our thought was we really need to be deliberate about talking with curriculum directors, school districts, WDE on making this timeline, maybe expanding on the timeline and doing a layered process just to make sure it's adequate. So that's what we would say for that section.
I get that, which is why when we discussed section 7, the new section 7, implementing this in phases, and your freshmen now, they would be the ones that would be required by the end. And you can't expect, students that are heading into their junior or senior year to be able to fulfill all of these new standards. But if we don't, just, I guess the reasoning, thank you for turning that on. Just the reasoning behind coming up with performance level descriptors just on your normal standards, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when we were unpacking standards and writing our own proficiency scales and doing all of that work individually, it created a lot of redundancy in work that wasn't necessarily aligned. And it all came back again to the performance level descriptor that's now across the state for the regular standard. So I would, I guess, just caution us to if we're going to call them standards, let's call them standards and have those performance level descriptors. And again, those descriptors are just basically the standard. How they get there and how they accomplish that is still very much wide open. So I don't know. That's just my 2 cents.
And I don't think that's that unusual to how you all in the state approaches academic standards as well. You look at national samples, you look at state samples.
Mr. Chair, I suppose I frame that as a loaded question. I feel like has to be there too. That we have to have a descriptor for what a performance level descriptor for this, for these standards. I do think that if we leave it to districts, not that they wouldn't do a good job, but I think then we're back to this equity question. It's kind of like prioritizing the other content standards, and you have priorities are different in different districts, and that's why we put all that work into reducing the number, but having some level of consistency. But certainly the idea of, gathering a group of people, a group of citizens maybe, and whoever else to say, what do you mean by communicates effectively in a multiple situations, or however our descriptor is, however our standard is written. I mean, that whoever creates the descriptor would be great if we had, community involved, because that's the group that's going to look at the people crossing the stage saying, there's a competent kid.
Chairman Lambert, this is Scott. Could I make a comment?
Go ahead, Scott.
I'm going to continue what Mark was just stating. I do, when you do study and look at districts that have balanced both sort of a traditional metric system with a competency-based system, the one thing they have in common across the board, and there's lots of research I'm happy to share with the board, is they do have common definitions of what they mean. And the reason for that is when you are able to define what a creative problem solver, what that means, then you're able to actually use that definition and indicators of success in multiple settings. So whether it's in the classroom related to an English assignment, or in a physics class, or on the football field, or an internship, or a volunteer experience, the definition remains fairly consistent for everyone to understand, not only from high school lens, but from a K-12 lens, in that being able to show proficiency in that in multiple settings can only occur if you have a common definition for that. So just continuing that part.
Thanks, Scott. Anything else before we move on? I think Taylor must be getting ready to give the next presentation.
And it kind of feeds into this. So I think that was great. I am going to see if I can share my screen. No, I can't. I guess it's asking too many things that I'm not clear on. It's asking if I want to share my iPad, my desktop one, I don't want to, I don't think we have that much to cover. It's fine. I just thought it would help. So kind of going off of that conversation, which I think is great. Ironically, we didn't really talk about the definitions. I think partly because we thought that if we were defining those, that maybe the graduation requirements and standards would kind of tie into those. But I think also because during our discussion, we were looking at this as, I think it's hard to really be able to say, thinking critically and creatively, oh, this student has a basic, a proficient, advanced. How we were looking at it is more across those multiple domains, kind of like what Scott just mentioned. Are they able to do these skills in their job, in their workforce? Are they able to do this in a subject area or content area? Are they able to do this in extracurriculars? So looking at those, if they're able to do those in multiple domains, to me, that would be that they're in that proficient range. But we probably do need to talk about tightening that up and making that more clear. Back to section 4, where it just talks about graduation standards and it states kind of the definition. I know based on our questions, a lot of people wanted to have that word competency in there and wanted to be able to say graduation competency. We know that the way it's written, we really need to say standards, but because we're writing this chapter, we have that ability to kind of broadly define what we want in standards. And so we talked about adding some verbiage that says, where it says graduation standards include the following competencies of what students will be able to do. And we just also wanted to add that it's a holistic experience. So not necessarily that word holistic, we were trying to come up with the word smithing, but we'll leave that to the professionals. But just talking about that's incorporating the student's ability to do these things in multiple areas. And we added, on section A where it says master, apply, and transfer foundational knowledge and skills, we added that can be included in on or offsite experiences, which might not need to be there because then on section G, Romanet I, we added a section where it says districts will provide multiple opportunities on or offsite for students throughout through employment opportunities, internships, etc. So we just really want to make sure that we're showing districts that these standards or competencies are being met in multiple areas and domains, that we're not just expecting this through coursework. Next, we got into high school diploma requirements. And RJ was in my group. So as you can imagine, we got off on some very philosophical conversation. Our group really was talking about if a student is completing these things in less than 4 years, and we're focusing on individualizing for students and trying to make sure that we're, wanting them to have the competencies necessary should they be graduating in, less than that time. And so we all had our different thoughts on that. But one thing that we wanted to point out is that in this section on Romanet I, it said coursework. And Diana pointed out that the statute really doesn't say coursework. It says components, which we had changed, which has been changed in the definition. So we talked about striking through coursework and having that state components include courses taken from, and then where we get to the years, we can get really, we talked about how some districts might take that very literally, and we know that some districts have taken that very literally, where a student can't maybe double up on their junior year and take 2 math courses. They have to take one their junior, one their senior. And so again, if we're looking at these alternative schedules and all these on and off campus opportunities, stating year, it might be very difficult for people who are pretty literal, or, just in general for people to interpret. So we like to add the 4 school years of English or equivalency, 3 school years of mathematics or equivalency. And we're open to feedback on, how to state that exactly. But I think that getting away from just stating years would be really important. And then last, our group, we discussed on section B, on the following page, where it's talking about at the local level with school districts and what their requirements are. On Romanet 3, it says a description of the way on which successful completion of courses taken for graduation will be used as a factor in awarding course credit. We just kind of talked as a group that if we were really looking at these questions that we were provided, to really address questions 5, 6, and 7, which talked about a student being able to take multiple 2 courses in one content area, getting credit for credit in multiple subjects rather for their work, or teacher qualification, that we probably need to beef up this section so it's more clear for districts to really be able to understand that they have the flexibility or they don't, and where those boundaries are for them in that area. And with that, I'll stand for a question from Mark, because I'm sure he's got some.
We actually talked in our, come up with the idea of year, apparently comes up in many other chapters as well. And we talked about the idea of design versus delivery. That the year is, here's how much English you can get in a year, but how it's delivered by a district, that's up to them. If they want to deliver it in a week block of time.
Yeah.
But it's the design separate from delivery. And we talked about putting that in the definition section that really kind of nails that down.
I think that's great.
Because we do have districts that are interpreting the word year literally, and Scott, I'm probably speaking for you here on this, but Scott used the word application several times. And it seems like in several of the definitions or several of the phrases like Romanet I, multiple opportunities to practice and demonstrate, educational experiences in capital A, we were kind of stuck on that word apply. That really the graduation standards are pushing on the idea that you're gaining this knowledge, but you're not done until we can see you've applied it. And so we thought that word apply ought to fit in a lot of spots inside this chapter.
And maybe just even in the definition that they would be able by graduation to apply and then list.
Yeah, and I
in multiple
mused about the
opportunities.
idea of, when you look at cognitive complexity, when you like on Bloom's taxonomy, when you move toward the higher levels of the taxonomy, you're getting into the application stage. And so maybe there's a definition that says, when we talk about cognitive complexity for the standards for graduation, we are not talking about the lower level. We're talking about the higher level. So just something there.
I forgot to turn my mic on. Okay, are we ready for the last group? We're going to bring Julie up because she was taking notes for us.
You didn't make them.
We've hired a specialist to deliver our.
We weren't smart enough to think about this before.
Well, ours will be short and sweet because it was a short section. We were in charge of the newly proposed section 6. I say newly proposed because what's new is the section number, but the district assessment system. So that is right now part of the chapter 31 rules. And one of the questions that came up and is also on the list of questions that you all looked at earlier today was, is this where it belongs? And the conversation that this group had was the fact that the district assessment system is actually a K-12 system. It's not a 9-12 system. And so when you include it in a section around the graduation requirements, it's not immediately apparent to everybody that you would go to chapter 31 to find information about the district assessment system. So the recommendation of our group was to pull this into its own chapter. One, to make it more transparent and also to call out the fact that this is a K-12 system. If that is to be done, there were conversations around being really intentional about making sure that all other references that are needed to be updated are, such as chapter 6. And then Mark, I think it was you who brought up that the statute 21-202A Romanet 36 does intertwine the graduation standards with the district assessment system. So we would include components of that statute in the district assessment system rules, whether they're included in this chapter like they are today or pulled out. So that was main point number 1. And we had very few suggested changes in section 6, the district assessment system. So the only other thing that we really talked about was the term cognitive complexity in 6B Romanet I. The term alignment says the district has a process in place to ensure its K-12 district assessment system is aligned to the performance and graduation standards in both content and cognitive complexity. And so we had conversations about, should we keep that in there? And if we do, maybe be more deliberate about the expectation that there's a higher level of cognitive complexity achieved upon graduation. And there was more conversation then around an application focus as opposed to a thinking at a higher level focus. And I think that was pretty much the gist of what we talked about for this section. We talked about a lot of different things and went off on some tangents, but for this particular section, that was all we covered because that's really all there was to cover. So.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Sure.
Questions?
I'll send you my bill later, Mr. Chair.
The check's in the mail.
I guess for the whole board, any any thoughts about pulling this section out of chapter 31 and having it as its own standalone section?
Our group actually discussed this and based off the conversation and the points that were just made, because we were like, well, I don't know why you would do that, but now I know why you would do that. I mean, it makes complete sense to pull it out and accentuate the fact that it is K-12 and not just a graduation 9-12. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair, through you, I agree. I didn't know the reason, but hearing it, there's a lot of sense behind that. But if there's a way to fit it into another existing chapter, that might be better than adding a whole new chapter, just because people are always looking to reduce rules. Even though we're adding more substance to another one, it might be easier to throw it in chapter 6 or somewhere else.
And that was brought up to us, Dickie, at the start, and we really didn't get that far in our conversation because Mark pulled up chapter 6, I think, even. So
Yeah, and there's just one reference to graduation in chapter, well, there's one reference to the district assessment system in chapter 6, which is really about all accreditation. And that's just one piece of it. Mr. Chair, if I could, I just want to add something that Scott and I were talking about. And that is, regardless of our effort to reduce the size of this thing, for the lay reader, the parent, the folks that have to try to implement this, sometimes you don't want to venture into maybe a questionable area, like what do you mean by competency-based assessment, as an example. And so we just have this phrase, competency-based assessment, yet we know the power of what that could be for a district. And so Scott and I talked about, can we draw a picture of the potential of what we're trying to do here, similar to what we did in chapter 10, where we drew this nice table that shows, here's where you put it in the assessment system, here's where you don't, and how much value that had for curriculum directors. And Diana, you've begun that picture drawing with that table you built. That's part of this report. And I think that's the beginning of a good document that would be helpful to administrators, superintendents, parents, teachers, and students about here's how they could design their pathway to get across that stage. And so the document you have there, I think that's a good beginning. Scott, I don't know if you want to make a comment about just that conversation about trying to simplify this complexity.
Yeah, I believe that it just like where I feel like schools will feel comfortable if they can actually see the cycle of how this works over time. One of my worry, it's not really a worry because it does take time, but when you think about these concepts we're talking about, a school wants to do the right thing. A teacher wants to do the right thing. Everyone wants to play by the rules and make sure they're doing what they're expected to do. If they don't understand some of this shifting a little bit that we're discussing, they're going to be reluctant to do it, just like students would be reluctant to do it. It's going to, and that could really pause on what the future could look like if we're not really clear on, hey, you do have permission to do this, or you are working within the rules when you're thinking about this. That will spur innovation versus making people work from a worrisome perspective. And so if and when we move forward, I think it's just really important, and I'm happy to jump into that work with anybody on how do we really show from a very simplistic lens, from a student lens, it could be like almost like a student narrative, how this really looks. So a teacher can say, okay, I get this, I'm playing within the rules, this makes sense, this aligns to what I'm doing, as opposed to confusion. I'm not saying we're confused, but I think if you're not in this system, if you don't work in this system, it can be a little confusing. Thank you.
Any other thoughts, questions? Catherine?
Short proposal when we were thinking about separating out the district assessment system from chapter 31. Our office, I think, has suggested this in the past, and I'll bring it up here, is that chapter 10 and chapter 31 would be a nice pair in one chapter. They did initially were one chapter, but they've broken out for reasons that I think aren't relevant anymore. And it might be a nice pairing, have the content performance standards in the same chapters. And it might also make sense to remake this.
So Catherine, since you bring that up, what would be the process? Would we go ahead? I mean, chapter 10's in the governor's office now. And so if we opened up the chapter 31, then is that the time we could combine them, or?
I think that would be the right time. And that was actually some of the reasoning behind separating them out, is because chapter 1 is so frequently under revision that chapter 31 didn't want to be revised as much. But that's not actually a problem. We can continue one chapter, just revising parts of it as another stays still.
Okay. Laurel?
I think my only question with that is kind of just the discussion around the district assessment system is that it was K-12, not just 9-12. And the same is true for the content standards. The content standards are K-12, not 9-12. So I'm just kind of curious if it would create the same kind of question that we have on the district assessment system.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. I do see more continuity in the K-12 having the ending point graduation standards as opposed to the district assessment system, but I see your point. Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Diana, do you want to finish up before we eat?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great conversation. I do have up on your screen on the Zoom, the graphic that or table that Mark was talking about, in some questions that came earlier about, you have one of these actually for current graduation requirements. You used it in your listening sessions for the profile. So what would that look like, going forward? This certainly isn't the simplicity of outlining something like Mark and Scott might be referring to, but hopefully a start in trying to get it all on one page with the statutory references. So at this point might maybe be a beginning resource for you as you're thinking about this. And I'll just step through it quickly. You see the left-hand column, there's the what. Right? And different from your earlier graphic, graduation standards were added in. They're not in the current graphic. And then what feeds up to the demonstrations of those graduation standards? Well, all of your content areas. And again, could use that as a little cheat sheet. How many years again was that? How does it play into Hathaway? Lot of wheels turning here, right?
Diana, Scott's got a question. His hands
Yes.
real quick.
Yeah, I wanted to, the document that that's pulled up right now, I think this is a fantastic first step. Thank you, Diana. This crosswalk allows us and potentially others to really see how it moves across the spectrum. So I just wanted to thank you for this.
Thank you, Scott, and thank Julie for her help with me on that. She had created the original one as well. So then the next section is the how. And Julie, you'll see I missed the plus mark there, but so the what leads over into the how, and two pieces of that how. What experiences are called for in that how, and what are the demonstrations of that, right? And then if you could imagine an equal sign going there in the green to all of that reaching into the goal. And I didn't want to interrupt Dickie when you were talking in your group, but you talked about, how in that purpose statement for chapter 31, do you start bringing in these pieces of the profile and those pieces in statute that talk about life beyond high school. And that's really looking, because that diploma shouldn't be the end game. It really is that opening of that beginning. So, and then even under the assessments, maybe hitting some of those multiple ways a student might show or apply. So needing some work here, but that was first attempt at the request of trying to put some of that vision into a graphic. So if that's something you're interested in, we'll continue to try to refine that and can bring you back some future iterations, if it's helpful.
I know, well, Mark and Scott have both said it's very helpful, and I know it is for me, and I do not believe I see anybody shaking their head the other way. So I think that's a go forward.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what I might suggest with the great collection of input given, what might be the next step? And I'm talking a pretty immediate next step, right? This was your goal, is to get these adopted. If we came back, if we could pull department resources to the extent that they have the time and availability to help with that, and see about bringing you some drafts of a statement of reason, these rules with the incorporation of your thoughts, and maybe FAQ. Those are the three documents I've kind of heard you talking about that capture what you talked about today. This isn't something to go out and say, yeah, take it out to the public by any means, but what might it look like capturing what you as a board talked about today? Would that be helpful, or is there another step that might be beneficial?
I think that would be helpful.
Does that feel like the next step for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering too if Catherine would kind of give us a pathway for a proposal of combining that you're talking about. Indeed, we would have a draft, but what would be the pathway for combining that draft either with chapter 10 or separating it out, or however we would do it? But if we could have that discussion too. So whatever great document we do create, there's a way to, move it into, into public comment and all that as necessary. So.
Sound good. Yeah. And I got a list of questions for Catherine.
Probably too much, but I know Scott has mentioned it. We've mentioned it, that document you've created is that picture of, kind of that phrase, can you draw what you just described kind of thing. I think if that could be a fourth component to what you just described, that'd be awesome, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. But ultimately, I think before this ends up with in public comment, it sure would be nice to have a picture of what we mean by what we say.
Okay, certainly. And the reason I picked the statement of reasons chapter and because those are three different, in your different groups, you were saying things like, well, maybe that should be over in something like this. So I don't know what everybody else's summer looks like. I'm joking. I think Sean's behind me and I'm thinking he thinks he's good, and Wanda over there thinking they're going to get off the hook. Yeah. I bet. That would be really nice if it was able to have something for districts to really look at in the fall. It's like I said, initially they were going, okay, conceptually, yeah, but a lot of questions in this operationalizing it. So.
And Chairman Lambert, Diana, I do know a couple professionals who do visual illustrations of statewide and school district pretty complex concepts. So when we get to cross that bridge, let me know. I'm happy to help.
Thanks for that, Scott. Okay, anything else anybody wants to bring up quickly before lunch? And with that, we'll break for lunch then.
Back to your spots, because we have a game to play.
I think we're eating lunch in
Okay,
bar room where we.
Yep.
Bring your writing utensil.
Number there,
It's warmer in there.
Oh, give me that look.
I'll bet I can disappear. I think I gotta go check my pickup.
Diane.
What, shall we?
We move to the accountability. It's not go outside after.
Yeah. We know what's going because I don't see Scott on right now.
I did tell Scott. He did not say anything to Debbie.
Debbie's there, right? Yeah.
There. I think that's.
There's Scott. Well, the next on our agenda is Chief Shaner. So I guess we can hold up for a minute.
You're the boss.
Huh. In my house, that does not ever, I do never hear that.
There is a difference.
My grandkids will say that once in a while though, RJ. They'll say, well, you're the boss, Grandpa. And I go, yeah, right. Well, while we're killing time, I'm gonna brag about our granddaughter. She made it to the National Junior High Finals in barrel racing. She won the South Dakota deal, so they are leaving for Iowa. So, yeah, I think it's pretty cool. So I am bragging, so sorry for that, but I think it's pretty awesome. And both of my grandkids have qualified to go to Vegas again and compete in rodeo, and they're what, 9 and 12. So they ride horses. I don't anymore.
You know, I was actually up right.
That's okay, Nikki.
Did they have a chance to reach into your pocket and get a little green?
Grandpa tries to be helpful, yes.
This is, we just didn't have this stuff in board docs yet. It's there now. But I'm handing it out as well because we were running behind on that stuff.
Can you give me?
Thanks, Linda.
You want one too?
Please.
It is in board docs now too, as well as the PowerPoint with all run as well.
Right, 7.1. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, my apologies, Mr.
No.
Chair. So this is a assessment reduction and efficiency plan. The impetus for this was Superintendent Degenfelder continually gets feedback from, parents, educators, administrators about how much time we spend testing kids and concerns about it. And so, and policymakers too, because they get the same type of, complaints, and this board gets them as well. So, what she did was worked with our assessment team and reached out to just about every stakeholder group possible, from curriculum directors to superintendents to the principal associations, and just said, what do you want to see? And then here are some ideas to look at. And of course, the backstop to all this discussion is, what are the federal requirements? What are the bare minimum federal requirements? And what are we doing in addition to those? What adjustments could we make that make sense, that help alleviate some of the assessment burden, but also still maintain that rigor and keep our assessment system really an exemplar assessment system for the country in a lot of ways. So balancing all those interests, these recommendations are what came out of that work. It certainly needs to be a partnership with this board and the legislature on a lot of it. But she wanted me to present this here today to just show you the sort of the fruits of that work with stakeholders and get the conversation going about what we might be able to do to make our assessment system more effective.
Dickie, did everybody out in the audience get a copy of this? So everybody's working off the.
It is in board docs, so you can pull it up on board docs.
I could share.
Yeah, we could do that.
I could share, Brad, if.
I have the tech skills to run the company.
Don't trust that.
I know.
Actually, he's going back and asking one of the gals to do it for him. I just, if that's all right, if we wait for just a sec, so they have a chance to look at that.
Absolutely.
Scott, are you able to see it on board doc?
Thank you.
I assume Debbie can too then, if Scott can.
No, that's all right. This actually goes into more detail.
This does?
The PowerPoint has more detail.
Oh, okay.
Do you think what, Mr. Chair, would it make sense to go through the document or go through the PowerPoint we have prepared?
Whatever you, I mean, I have not studied either one of them, Dickie,
Okay,
so
yeah.
I'll rely on your expertise.
Let's start with the document since everybody has that in front of them, and then we can just run through the PowerPoint real quick. And I'm going to start on the document with some of the ones that I think are easier to explain, and then the more complicated ones, so Lori can jump in and help me. The first is removing the kindergarten grade 1 and 2 interim assessments. What's interesting to me about this discussion was they're optional right now. They're optional interim assessments. But there was so much confusion out there about, are they required? Well, I heard they're required, and they aren't really that helpful. And so we've arrived at the conclusion that it just makes sense to just take that off the table as an option. The second was removing the grade 3 writing assessment. There was almost universal consensus, I would say, on this one along all the groups that this just isn't a productive assessment. They're not ready in 3rd grade to do a white top writing assessment. And then the third one is grade 9 assessments. And the ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act, has pretty explicit assessment requirements on when you have to test kids in what subjects and what grades. English language arts and math are taught 3 through 8 and then once in high school under the federal law. Under our state law right now, we're doing 3 through 8 and twice in high school, 9th and 10th. So we do have the option under federal law to get rid of one of those grades. And so this was an interesting discussion because some people, some of the principals in particular, I would say, really liked having 9 and 10 both years. Others said, we don't really need them both. We could do one or the other. And so I would call it sort of a compromise was arrived at in the sense that there will be no longer a required 9th grade assessment. 10th grade will be required, which would meet federal law. But then in 9th grade, it would be an optional assessment that's aligned to the 10th grade. So they make sure their kids are on track and ready to take that high school 10th grade examination. And that seemed to be pretty well received compromise of the competing interests there. And again, still compliant with federal law, which is a question we always get. What's the federal requirement behind all this? There are some additional diagnostic tools for parents and teachers that we would be able to afford with this program by making some of these adjustments with the assessment budget we have that we think would be helpful for teachers in particular, but also hopefully for parents and the students. Then when it comes to math, this was, I would say, the more sophisticated of all the discussions. And so if there are questions on this, I would definitely defer to Lori. But there were a lot of complaints about the timing in 9th and 10th grade of what subject we're testing in math and where the kids actually are in their education track, and that they're testing in a subject that they learned the year before, for example, and they forgot it all, or vice versa, they haven't learned it yet. So the thought with math is if you go to just the 10th grade high school tests, this math assessment in 10th grade would be a combination of what 9th and 10th grade are right now, simplistically speaking. And Lori said it's not that simple, but then it would be more robust in the sense that it would also assess a comprehensive look at mathematics skills and where these kids need to be in 10th grade. So it would be the combination of them both, plus more of an analysis of math skills and knowledge at the 10th grade level. So that's what's being proposed in these 2 math items. And the reduction in the math assessments is related to the standards reduction But it comes together in that one assessment where it's being reformatted to the language here, a comprehensive math skills assessment. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll run through this slide real quick, but you can see up here, really what I would point out here with Wyoming statute is that this is a collaborative process that's done this language through the state superintendent and in consultation and coordination with local districts, implement a statewide assessment system, and that's the state board implements a statewide assessment system. So all three of us, school districts, the state board, and the state superintendent, it's really all of our collective duty to look at this statewide assessment system and make sure it's still as effective as it can be. So that's the point of showing that statute. Next one, Linda. This is reducing the length of the math assessments. So right now we're revising the blueprints to align with the reduction in standards that this board has done for math and science. And so that will help with the districts aligning their curriculum and getting the kids prepared for YTOP. And of course, that reduction in standards will reduce the amount of testing time in that subject area. Next.
Yeah.
Is that in board docs too? Yeah.
Talk a little bit about how the science assessments in 4, 8, and 10 are going to remain the same length, even though the standards have been reduced.
Mr. Chair, I defer to Lori on the science assessment length.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you. And so if you remember at the meeting last month, I explained a little bit about, we were still evaluating some of that, and the math grades 3 through 8 reduction. We can't just reduce it because the standards reduced. We had to look at, will we still maintain a reliable measure with that assessment? So we had our assessment vendor do an analysis using the 2019 data, so it was pre-pandemic data, of what that new blueprint might look like and what student performance on those items would look like if it was reduced. And so for grades 3 through 8 math, we were able to determine that we would maintain a reliable measure with a reduced set of items up to 30%. With high school math, the reliability was too low to make any changes. And then with science, that's a little bit different because we currently have an assessment that's built on clusters. And so instead of just getting 40 items like they do on the math test, in the science test, they get a couple of clusters in each of those domains of science: life science, physical science, and earth and space science. They have about 6 standalone items in each of those areas that seem to mirror up to that 1-to-1 relation that you get on math. But those clusters are built with a more robust set of items that they have to perform. So they may have a reading passage, they may have a data table, and then there's several parts that they have to demonstrate. And the scoring of those parts are contingent upon how they perform across all of those areas. It's not just a 1-to-1 relationship. So that one's a little bit different in how we're measuring, and then maintaining that reliable measure. The test needs to look similar because at current, it's 6 clusters and up to 18 standalone items that's being assessed. Also, because we're measuring in the high school and the middle school, we're measuring across years because it's a grade band, whereas in math, it's each individual grade level. That also adds a little bit more to what we're assessing in that grade band.
Jump to the next slide.
Hang on.
Go. Did you
Amy?
follow up? Yeah.
And so within that, with the grade 4, it's 3, 4, and 5 standards that are being assessed on that grade 4 science test. Same thing with 8th grade, it's 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, or
Mr. Chairman, just the middle school and high school is across grade band. Grade 4 science is just grade 4 standards, correct? And so in the reduced set of standards, there's only 6 standards remaining in grade 4. And so that assessment would be built on all 6 of those standards.
Taylor.
Oh,
No. Amy, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Mr. Chair, thanks. I was just going to say thanks, Lori. That really clarifies. And I think it's important for us to realize there's so much on the back end of this with statistics and making sure it's reliable and valid. And so that really helps clarify the reason that we're not doing that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And agreed, Board Member Jacobs, there's so much science that goes into, and especially the peer review process when the feds come in and look at how we're testing. It is very rigorous. This is getting removing that K1 and 2 interim assessment. It just wasn't proving to be helpful. It was more confusing than anything. And so we think that should just be removed from our assessment contract with our vendor, and that we would utilize that funding for some more helpful tools for our educators to use. Go ahead, Lori.
And Mr. Chairman, board members, just to point out, those teachers that did find value in that, it is being moved to the authoring tool. So they'll still have access and it's optional still there. It just won't show up in the YTOP suite, and then there won't be the confusion about it being a mandatory piece. And then also, teachers won't be bound to just the assessment window that we normally have our interim assessments. They can do it on demand throughout the entire school year. And they can also build and add to it additionally if they have some more items that they want to add to it to really more fully assess their students on that.
Thank you. All right, grade 3 writing, you can see here, just after hearing a lot of concerns about this one, it still remains in 5th grade. It's just getting rid of the 3rd grade writing assessment, just to ensure that the writing and the typing skills are present before the students are asked to produce this essay and be assessed on their writing. So that's the key point there. Okay, this is that grade 9. So right now, again, ELA and math, we're testing in grade 9 and 10. The suggestion is get rid of the required grade 9, continue to require grade 10, and grade 9 becomes an optional interim tool type situation where you can use it and make sure you're on track for the 10th grade high school assessment. Anything, Lori, you'd want to add to that? Okay.
RJ.
Just a question. So if K1 and 2 was optional and they kept doing it, how was optional going to change grade 9?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cost, through the listening sessions, we heard several, especially principals, say that they find value in having those 2 data points so that they continue to look at how students are doing across time and in preparation toward the grade 11 ACT. So they found value in that. So this optional interim would potentially give them that data point, but it would be more aligned to that 10th grade summative so that they would have a better understanding of how ready the kids are in preparation for that.
All right, this is that nuanced discussion about just, I would almost say, reimagining how we're looking at math assessments here. I don't know if there are any further questions on this.
Mr. Chair, if I'll just point out real quick that our grade 9 math blueprint currently covers 4 out of 5 of the high school domains. So we have numbers and quantity, algebra, functions, and stats and probability. And then our 10th grade test is focused on the geometry areas. And so as I expressed a couple of months ago with the reduction, there's only 9 geometry standards remaining. And when we brought the high school blueprint committee together to look through this, we said, let's really focus on the math skills that are needed, that kids need to demonstrate to show that they're proficient and ready for the world. And when we were looking at, there's most of the standards that remain on the state standards are not course-based. A lot of them bridge across content area or across the courses of that content area, and really had that group charged with less about looking at, do they understand the Pythagorean theorem, more about, do they understand how to do calculations for real world experiences, for living and for going and getting a loan and things like that. So the shift here would really focus more so across all those domains, but the math skills that are needed for life and to line up to your profile of a graduate, basically.
And this is that piece about adding these tools, particularly for the teachers and administrators, making the YTOP product that we pay for from the vendor being more useful to them through all the grade bands, and helping them prepare the kids for the big summative assessments. And then hopefully we're able to utilize some of this software to create a user-friendly way to share student data and information with even the students and their parents on how the kids are doing.
Question? Mark?
Just several questions about maybe just kind of the order of operations here, speaking of math. So we have 3 statute references, Diana, to assessment. One is implement a system, one is implement a statewide system that includes valid measures, et cetera. And one is to include interim assessments. So I guess I'm assuming that's our responsibility to set this in motion. So that's kind of my first question is, what is the level of collaboration we've had with WDE to do this? Then that causes me to think about the tasks we're holding districts accountable, that they have to have a district assessment system. We have all of these rules about what that has to look like and how it has to align and all that. Do we have such a requirement for the state that we have a state assessment system so we can see from a picture, back to my comment about can you draw it, of how each of these changes is going to affect our state assessment system? Kind of a second question. A third question is, do we vote on this? I mean, is this our responsibility, or do we just nod our head and the state superintendent goes forward? That's another question. And then I'm wondering about the last question, and maybe Dick, you can answer this for me. You say diagnostic tools for parents and teachers. So are we creating authoring tools for parents where like a homeschool parent could log in and design an assessment based on the tool? And if that's true, is there statutory allowance for us to spend money on individual parents at home, or is this just for them to look at their kids' scores?
Go ahead, Lori, please.
Mr. Chairman, on that last one, that actually is with our information management team more so. It's not an authoring option for parents. It's more about being able to access the data that's collected in district and across the state tests in a repository place.
Okay, so it's more of I want access to my child's information, and here's how to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that I know enough to answer that question in particular.
And I would say, Mr. Chair, through you, yes, but hopefully in a user-friendly way.
Sure. So the other comments, the other questions?
I think, and this is, seeing this, I think is going to be a great segue into the activities that you're going to do. And some of those questions about, teasing out role and how that information and the wording or in how that all works. Of course, the assessment is so complex, and so that leaning on that department and in that coordination is so important. But in the next documents you'll be going into, you might see if you want those pulled apart a little bit. That's been provided. You've had it for a couple months now in your packet, but it's a little more refined. So I think some of those things might fall into place as we move forward. in this, because Anthony could certainly circle back if you have more specifics after that, like, do you vote? You know.
Mr. Chair, if I could, so Diana, are you talking about that table that shows here's the federal requirement on assessment, here's the state requirement, here's what districts are doing? Are you talking about that document
But
compared to?
when we get to that point, I might even jump to table 2. And it was something Bill's had me working on in these, because when you think about even that document you started with today about what are your duties and responsibilities? You know, when you have one lane there, yours, which is what you need to focus on, right? But seeing how the pieces fit together, so Bill's having me look at, you know, so you have an assurance, here's where the department fits in, and here's where the local district fits in. And it comes together as a full collaborative picture. So I haven't gotten very far on that, but I did get it for the state assessment piece so that you would, and well, a district, so that you would have that. So maybe we'll take a quick peek at that. And see if that answers some of your questions about how that in coordination all
I appreciate that.
works together. There's
Thank
some
you.
other statutes that reference some different duties and things.
Any other questions for Dickie at this time? Or anything else from the department?
No, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Tyler. Sorry, Mr. Bartlett, I keep calling you Tyler. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to look at it from the side of the schools. And I would applaud the idea of removing the grade 3 writing assessment, looking at K2. But I would actually circle back to what Mr. Cost said. I fully understand. I mean, my daughter just finished kindergarten. I know why they did the optional interim. It's because they're trying to get them ready for first grade, who's trying to get them ready for second. You see where I'm going? And so I think I even really like the intentions of looking at that high school math as you guys are looking at the graduation requirements and really changing the vision for what makes a successful high school student. Making a 9th grade optional interim math test will not reduce any time 9th graders are taking a math test. I'm imagining my high school principal is going to say, yeah, we got to take that 9th grade math test because we got to make sure we're on track for that 10th grade math test. And so I think that's because teachers want kids to be successful. That's because accountability stuff gets put on the wall at the back of the boardroom. So that would be a piece where I think it's a half measure that doesn't, I think it's well intentioned, but it's not going to reduce time taking tests. I think the way to do that is some of those other options. And I actually thought Mr. Shaner did a really nice job because I was struggling with why we would take the test the sophomore year. Why wouldn't you just take it your 9th grade year and then, you know, we're done with Y-top testing after 9th grade. But he spoke really well to it. I'm sure Lori's looked at that. Yes, algebra and geometry and the way they get blended in their freshman and sophomore years is a tricky balance that we keep fighting too. So I see why they wanted to go with sophomore being that last year and an optional interim in the middle. But again, that everybody's going to take that test. That didn't do anything. For reality's sake, thank you.
Anything else before we move on? Okay. Diana, I believe. Goal number 7. Right.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you know, so often since coming into this position to work for you as a board, I have been caused to pause and think about our state and how it operates and how state policy develops and those various roles and responsibilities and how they work together, and how often in education this requirement for this working in collaboration, working in consultation with, it's just embedded through so much of the work. And personally, I think that's wise because I think the decisions and the lenses that come together, and this is one example. When you look at standards and assessment, so huge, and it talks about working through the state superintendent. She's got the staffing, you know, and the access to some of this, and I think you see that being as a result here. And I say all that to say this. The plan for today for you to be looking at state assessment is going to be go further and I think go more meaningfully forward because of this work through the superintendent and how it will come into your conversations today. So with this, you may say, okay, we've seen this memo, Diana, the last 2 months, right? But I just want to remind you again that you have goal, right? You set this goal number 7, to study the components of the district and state assessment systems, right? For alignment to current educational vision of the state and explore federal flexibilities. So that's been your goal. And then you see the kind of the word of caution that I put there in the memo again to stress the importance of utilizing a systemic lens when reviewing the state and district assessment systems and the interrelatedness with state standards as well as accountability systems. They are interrelated systems, and I really like, you know, what Mark said about can we see maybe in some way of a visual that when a decision's made here, where else is it going to have impact? And the ability of your department to help you see that in your districts and being able to help you know how that operationalizes. So before we go back to that table 1 that you've seen and spent time, I've added to that. So this is a revised memo. I'm going to jump down to that table 2. Just so you know, this resource is here. And as you work, you may now or in the future want to refer back to this. But what this does, and again, not a legal document, and certainly some pieces may have been missed, but tried to be thorough in this, in giving you a side-by-side. This does not read across, right? A side-by-side, you want to run through some of the statutory language about the state board working in the area of assessment, the state superintendent working in the area of assessment, and then if you look at the bottom of that table, even Amy, I think I even put a note in there about local districts. That's probably not as complete as it could. That would be a 3rd column in the table as this table develops, if you find this a useful document. So I don't know that you want to spend a lot of time on that today, but know you have that resource. And there's a lot of leaning into the state board and some of its work in implementing and determining or setting in motion these types of things around state assessment. A lot of heavy lean into the state superintendent when it comes to meaningfully reporting and using and being able to use the data in a meaningful way. That's just a very general observation. Of course, there's many nuances. At the end of the day, again, where I kind of started from, this work doesn't happen by a local a department or a board, but requires to be the best it can be for students for that that connectedness in this work. And maybe that goes back to our theme of shared responsibilities. Right? I don't think, well, taking off the state policy hat, going back to a local educator or working in a school district, to say that anything is completely achieved or completely not achieved without the influences in the work with state and state policy, right? So there is definitely shared responsibilities in how the outcomes of things happen. So get off of that. I'll pass on my philosophical stuff there, and just want to pause though. Mark, did that give you enough for us to move forward into some specifics about the state assessment system?
Sure. I guess as I look at this document, my question as I look at the column that calls sample options that you built.
Okay, we're about to go to that document,
And
yes.
I'm thinking, okay, how does the sample option column mirror the superintendent's suggestions here?
Sure. Great segue back to that table one. So let me share with you what I've done with this table from the versions you've seen over the last couple months. You've seen the version that says the first columns, current assessments, those federal requirements, and those state requirements. Okay. Again, to propel your conversations forward today at this retreat, I added some sample options. Okay, where did those come from? Oh, they're pretty random, folks, right? And they might be good, they might be awful, right? And in each of those, there might be iterations of, again, something to get the conversation started. Okay, with maybe the whole spectrum of the very practical kind of maybe options to the impractical options. If you see those, those will be easy then to drop off the list if that's the case. And then the last column there, very similar, just to give you a quick look. Okay, if we want to know more about option one there for ELA and math, you better keep in the back of your mind somewhere that there's some state statute changes because that's in state statute, right? The other caution that I would give with this, but you're not making decisions today, right? This isn't going as far as your first activity this morning did. But something to keep in mind is you're shifting things over here in standards, and that's already going to have an impact over here in assessment. And that train has already left the station, right? And you don't know kind of how that's all going to play out. How will these 39 math standards for high school play out now in a state assessment system? And you want to be sure that when you look back to say, was it meaningful and effective, and did it reach what we intended to do, that you haven't changed so many variables that you can't sort that out. That's just a cautionary piece, right? Okay, so with that, let's look at this table just briefly, and then you're going to be in groups again, and I have some work for you. Okay. So looking at this first piece, we know that Y-top, there's ELA and there's math. I pulled out writing for the purposes of this table and activity. You see under state requirements, you see the up arrow. Okay. Diggy has hit that, that's why one of these can be on here, is that we already know the state's exceeding some of the federal requirements there, right? So similar to theirs, and this was not coordinated between the two. So I think what's nice about this is now you see the feedback that the department has gotten and some of the plans they have laid for your consideration. That might be another option to add, or you might find that option in there and want to star those and really talk about those today because you've got this in front of you now. For instance, test once in high school, not 2 grade levels is currently done. Yep, you just heard that coming forward. Now, another option that is allowed federally is the ACT can be your high school test. You give the ACT to all 11th graders. It can be your assessment, but just warning conditions, then your standards have to align to that state assessment. And we won't have all the answers to say, well, how many states are doing that and what would that take? The purpose today is for us to identify which of these, any of these, you want to learn more about and you want further explored, so we can bring you back meaningful information to the options you might be interested in talking about further, not things that you don't. Okay, so that testing at the point of readiness. One, I think that was brought to you just now with the department. This idea of more of the comprehensive math skills. That's like another option. After 1 grade level is optional. Well, that you just heard about too. So without coordination on these, you see some of these reflected. So I think we're pretty good there for looking at options for ELA and math. Things like, or you might have any kind of combination of these. But now you already know what some feedback, public feedback, and the department has found out in this area. Okay. So the next one on the table, again, pulled out writing. Now, writing's very interesting because in looking at this and have had some conversations with Wanda about that, because there's some interesting history around writing. Writing is one of the domains under English language arts, right? And, you know, back in 2015, the writing assessment was removed, right? But then language and statute changed from reading to ELA. That kind of includes writing. But on the federal level, they say you don't need a separate writing test, right? And obviously you don't, because our state doesn't. We test 3, 5, 7, and 9. And if the feds required that writing test, they'd be requiring it for every grade level that has writing standards. You'd have 4, 6, and 8 being tested as well. We don't. So there's a sense that you have a lot more to talk about when it comes to writing. Now you see this plan in front of you as this conversation continues about removing third grade writing assessment altogether. So, there's some sample options. Drop writing, you know, or assess it within the reading as a constructed response, not a full essay assessment. You could explore some pros and cons of separating the reading and writing. All of these, I guarantee you, districts and the department are going to have a lot of pros and cons for you. But no point in going and asking them for all of that if it's not an option you want to think about anyway. Okay. And then, you know, another way to think about it is, and I thought this was very insightful in talking about this history of this whole writing piece and how it came to be and what really is required. I think, Bill, you had asked, at the end of the day, what is the base requirement we have to? That was a little harder to tease out with this writing piece. Maybe assess writing differently, you know. And certainly from the point in time, 2017, when these have been in place, the ability to test writing has certainly changed. So that's going to take, I think, some talking from you and some gut reactions on your thoughts about the writing assessment all the way across. And then we need the next one down. And then I'll wrap up and let you get your groups and start working. The science piece, pretty much what you just heard, you see the blanks. I have no options for you. So thank you, Lori, for that great explanation of why those boxes are blank. So you know, not that there aren't some that you might want to explore or learn more about, but I didn't have them on the tips of my fingertips, obviously. So. And then the rest of these pieces like ACT, that was kind of mentioned up with math and ELA. And then the rest of these work keys, ASVAB, the interims, I didn't focus on those so much because I knew your time today would not permit that. The department's giving you some things. All I'm going to ask there is if you have something specific you want information on, let us know. Okay. The one thing I did put, and with the modulars and interims though, you might want a usability study. How much are they being used? How impactful are they? And whatever the goal is for those, is there another way that might get you there more efficiently and with higher, you know, with some higher usability into the future? Having been on that YTOP task force originally with those when that came into place, I know there was a lot of concerns about giving students enough experiences on the technology to be ready for the summative assessment. I don't know how prevalent that is in the minds of districts now. We're a far cry off of where we were in technology, you know, in 2012 when some of those things were being discussed. So with that, if I may share, Amy, my screen. I'll pause for questions before we talk about the group work.
Questions for Diana at this time?
So a suggestion for the group work, we can adapt as you see fit, Mr. Chairman, was to again divide up into three groups. One really discussing the math and ELA, YTOP. One really digging into discussions about that writing aspect. And then this is a great one, the science, those who like to be creative from the get-go. I don't like anybody setting the stage for me. Are there thoughts and pieces that a group might want to look into science? So here are some questions that I had hoped in your groups that you could discuss and record. Are there other options or variations of options you want to discuss? It's your group, put them in there, have those discussions. I would now add to that, you may want to make this some of the priority of your discussions in your groups, okay? You have that before you, and I don't know, anticipation, maybe Dickie, you could help. Was there a hope or an anticipation? How close did you hope today that a board might get to a response to you on this document or plan?
Yeah, thank you, Diana, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there's any specific ask in terms of action. I think the main goal was to get it in front of you on the agenda, get the discussion going, a couple timelines just to consider, especially since some of it would need legislative change. At the August Joint Education Committee meeting, we'll be giving an update, and I think Chairman Lambert, you might be a part of that with the Future of Learning Partnership update that we're giving with the governor's office, the board, the superintendent, talking about what, if anything, we need changes related to the future of learning. That could be a potential opportunity to talk about some of the assessment adjustments we might want. And then I think their last meeting is usually mid-November. So if we did need a statute change and we wanted to move it this year, that would be the timeline, is to get some sort of recommendation out of the board and then come in together to the Joint Education Committee and say, hey, we recommend you put this in a bill for the session next year.
Ellen.
Thank you. Dickie, I just was wondering, so I thought on a couple of those slides that some of these were taking effect in 2024. Is that, so are those off our table, or did I not see that correctly? Or
yeah, Mr. Chair, through you, I think with 2024, and Lori, please correct me, but the standards reduction work is done, and that's going to impact the blueprints and what's comes on the assessments. So that's like in motion. As far as anything else, I don't know if anything else is effective in 2024.
The K2 is.
Oh, the K2 being removed. Could you say that?
Grade 3 writing is proposed for next year.
To remove that in 2025. Or 20, okay, thank you.
Okay.
And there are some of these pieces that I'm unclear, so it's nice we have department people here to help. For instance, the K2 not required in statute. I don't know that officially the board ever put it in the state assessment system. It might have been resource and support that came directly from the department as part of their whole system of support piece, or just resources provided to districts. And so, but we can get clarity on that based on what questions and points of interest you have after today. Because I'm pretty confident all of it's going to have some complicated expertise we need to bring in to answer your questions and help with what you have an interest in.
Linda.
To get a couple of printouts of the PowerPoint so that the groups could have it to look at if they needed more of the details that are on the individual sheet.
I think so.
Would that be-
Yeah.
Could I email you and maybe 3 copies of it? Okay.
So some of the questions we're hoping to put before you today is kind of what do you know? What do you want to learn? Type thing. KWL. So kind of what do you know about this? You've got this table to try to help you. There's links if you want to look further into something. You've got expertise. They'll be in each group that work in this area to help you. What do you want to learn some more about? Okay. Does this cover your interest, or are there a few options that you say, hey, as we go back and forth, visiting with superintendent, visiting with districts, are there a couple other things you might want to look at or talk about? Maybe. And then kind of what are some things that excite you about that? I put pro in parentheses because I think pros and cons will come to you once folks know kind of where you're thinking. But are there some possibilities that excite you in these options? Or do some of these options cause you some uncertainties? If you can articulate any of those today, that might be helpful. So that was the intent of this next group breakout session, was to really start seeing what's going on in your mind and your thinking as a board around these. If you want to adjust this activity, Mr. Chairman, you could say, first task with the group is look at these, right? And get some of this information down on these options as far as what do you know about this? What do you want to learn further about these options? What might excite you? What uncertainties you might have before you go into the top 3 in that and look at any others. Then if there's a few others on there, say, hey, I want to throw that option on the list too and learn a little more about that. Is that clear? And how would you like to go forward?
I think that would be good to start here and then work into the other ones. There's some similarities.
Sure.
So
sure.
I would think some of the questions, if we answer them here, then it
it automatically takes care of it. Yeah. So I'm going to suggest maybe your groups not be confined to writing, math, English, science. Do you still want those specific assignments, or do you want it more open? Go through these. Everybody.
Why doesn't everybody go through this and then split it up like we did before? I didn't think that was terrible. I don't know how the rest of the board felt, but.
Just getting to part 2 was tough, right? Okay. All right.
Well, we just got bogged down in part 1.
Right.
And we might do that again.
Right.
If I'm with Dr. Mather, and I know we'll get bogged down at some point.
So, Mr. Chair, just throwing out an idea, and I definitely don't want to throw WDE folks on the spot because we haven't talked about this before perhaps. So I'd just like to do it like just informally, but maybe as a group, it would make sense to follow up on Ellen's discussion and talk about like, what's the timeline on number 1 and like, where does that exist? Is that just in the contract we have with the vendor and WDE? Is it in rules somewhere? Is it in statute? And maybe get a deeper level of understanding what's tied to each of these before we break out and talk about it. Would that be a productive, like, whole group first?
Yes. That, and we also may offer if for your staff, you'd feel better if tomorrow at an opening as part of the wrap up from today, give them some time to think about those things and be prepared if on the spot right now, if whichever, but your tomorrow is looking pretty good for time too. And they might have feedback from this work too for first timelines. That's an offer, not a suggestion. So
It's a great offer. I don't know, Wanda, what do you think? What would be productive?
I think depending on the kids are available, to kind of give us some guidelines on who we need to bring in or what research we would need to do. So
Mr. Chair.
Mark,
Don't we have a board vote somewhere in the last 2-3 months where we voted specifically on implementation of an amended Y-top test? Like a certain year, we said this test should begin a certain year. I'm just trying to think about that, Lori. Was there a certain year where we said we want the new test implemented?
I don't remember a date, but our current contract will go through the next 2 school years and then it does end there. And then we presented a 3-year timeline for procuring another RFP.
Right.
So this test then would be 24, 20, 26, 27. This first one, reduced length of math assessment, would be the assessment in 26, 27.
Actually, the reduced math and science would be 25, 26.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just as a reminder, part of that discussion was that discussion about usually you give 3 years to implement standards changes.
Thank you.
But you were interested in seeing that change come about more quickly. And the fact that you didn't change the wording of the standards, you just eliminated some. I think your question to Lori was what's the soonest the reduced standards could be reflected on the Y-top?
All right, thank you.
Is that?
Are you going to do them when they get time? I think I can, if you let me share, I can put this back up there.
Well, are you going into group work now then?
yeah,
Is
why
that
don't we
what
go into
you
the group
want
work
to
and we'll go
do?
through this, because isn't, Dickie, is that where we ended up? I mean, I want to make sure that's where the department ended.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with Ellen and just make sure we get that addressed, because I think it's important to know. I mean, I think, for example, what we just went over, the reduction of the math assessment is going to happen under the current statutory framework that's moving. The question of whether you go to 10th grade and not 9th and 10th grade, that's going to take a legislative change, right? So just, I think we go into our groups and level set around those types of questions first and then dig in deeper would make sense.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to make sure nothing was sort of already decided. I mean, I know this is all a working document, but on the slide, there were a couple of things that said 2024. And if they're already being put into place in the fall of 2024, I guess that's important for us to know because.
And those two were the removal of
Right.
K 1 and 2, it did say
2024. Yeah, so 2 of them said 2026, right?
Grade 3 writing.
Okay, that's what I saw too. I just,
They're in these.
thank you.
So I don't know what groups you guys.
Okay,
are
so these
breaking
have the
into.
timelines.
The timelines
Okay.
are in there, under each item.
Okay, thank you.
And then it also says with an asterisk, which ones, require legislative and board. approval, because there's 2 of them that require.
For the math one requires.
Yeah, it's bullets.
No, I'm
2,
sorry,
3,
that's
4,
fine.
and 5.
4 copies, so whatever.
The reduced grade
groups you
9 and the
guys break
reformat
out,
math.
that's what you guys Share these and distribute those in your group.
That's the what she just showed. Yes.
Okay. So again, we'll need one group to stay here and 2 groups can go into the other meeting room. And I think since you're all generally talking the same thing, we could probably just count off and do groups.
Well, we're going to talk about this and then you're going to split us up into the other.
Yeah.
3
I
areas, right?
Can I combine and assign that?
Yes, you can. That will work.
So then that way we can just count off. A 1,
One.
pizza 2.
Pizza 2.
Yes.
Taylor.
Did I teach you in 3rd grade? Just check it. All this is more familiar to me.
Probably helps you back. I'm a 2.
Okay, thank you, Pete. 3.
1,
2,
3.
1,
2,
3.
1.
Thank you, RJ. All right, let's keep group 1 here, 2 and 3 in the other room. Those online, you've just become part of group 1. You're going to
Have that PowerPoint?
talk about this. I should get you your questions, shouldn't I? Okay.
Scott and Debbie are ones, so. Yeah.
No telling anything about one. So I didn't write the questions down, but you're thinking about first these options. Kind of what more do you want to learn about those?
Got it.
What about them might excite you or cause you uncertainty? Julie, would you type again?
Oh, sure.
I'm so sorry.
I'm counting on Julie.
Don't do that.
Well, and one of the pieces, Scott and Debbie, I'm looking at our statutory responsibilities, and I'm on top of page 2. It says that I think we are to include interim assessments aligned to statewide content. No, you're good. RJ's here.
Well, I don't want to be part of this.
Trust me, I tried to switch in there. Nobody had switched. He said if Julie's in there, no, we're standing here.
So Scott and Debbie, we have Laurel and RJ and myself are part of group 1. So you guys are part of group 1 as well. So RJ, we can just sit at our table and then they can see us because they're online. And
Which table you wish for me to sit at?
I think you're typing on the document that the SBE coordinators report goal 7. I think it's where she gives us these various options.
Right? Yeah, you can just stay right where you are.
Yeah, you can just stay here because then Scott and Debbie can see us. Or
So.
Me too. You're a good company. I had it this way when I was reading and then I turned it back again.
Just ask a question to our group, just to be clear, we're looking at SBE goal 7, correct? That document.
that's my understanding, Scott.
Okay.
And this document, which did anybody send this to you? Or I think it's in the
Yep.
is Bill wants us to make a comment on anything on this page where we have a question or a musing that we would capture. So I think it's both.
Okay.
And Joe, the nice thing is we can spread out because we have 2 digital folks with us today, Scott and Debbie, so they can see us if we have our mic open. And
COVID again?
yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Oh, you want it
We don't know whether you're positive or negative yet, so we're staying away from it.
Did you find it, Julie?
Oh,
There's actually 2 documents. The other one is this one.
Becca, from WBE is online, if you guys need any help from her. I know Lori's back with the other group.
Okay. All right.
She's listening if you need.
Thanks, Rebecca.
I'll get a better system down.
Sorry, I'm having a technical difficulty.
Okay, while they're straightening out, you can help this person who's not real
I can take notes.
knowledgeable about this whole assessment system. I mean, I have the idea, you want to make sure that kid learns what you want him to learn. But now when a vendor is contracted to write the test, they are given the standards. Am I correct? Then they write the test depending on.
Well, in the past, it's always been with the input of people from the state.
Right, there's a committee.
Help the guy.
Yeah. So it's a coordinated effort, but it's to learn, is the student getting it?
For the standards for that grade level.
Yes.
And it's several levels of accountability. One is the child getting it, but the other one is if the child's not getting it, are the kids as a whole getting it? And if they're not getting it, in a sense, that becomes a different level of responsibility. So these assessment systems try to improve both the child's learning face by face by face, but also to try to improve the school in terms of how well they're teaching that content. So the assessment really can provide several different solutions or several different data points to help different levels of group.
And they can pull gaps out where.
Yeah.
Like in Casper where they have 1,300 elementary schools. They can pull all third graders together. They will see what that data shows so that if there's a gap to all of the district, then they know there's something there they've got to work on.
Yeah.
Or if 2 or 3 of them have a gap. So it identifies those weaknesses.
And then I get the idea that it's a combination of knowledge of the content area and then skills to like for English language arts, what's the subject? What is that paper trying to say that they're reading?
Well, yeah, what's their comprehension ability of the material they're reading, can they answer questions and relate to that? That's more the high school and junior high is elementary. Comprehension in the third grade.
Yeah.
Is it in there?
You might want to turn your mic on so Scott can hear you too. You said you might want to turn your mic on so that Scott can hear as well. But you don't have to.
Okay, thank you. I have it on.
Okay.
I don't know. It's kind of nice not hearing from RJ.
See? I'm not the only one.
I had to turn my mic on first.
Ready, I'm good.
I got you too, Joe. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right,
So
which document are we working off
let's-
of? And I'll just do it by hand for now.
Let's start with the one that Diana wanted us to start with, which is
Got
the
it.
assessment reduction and efficiency plan. And she asked us to kind of approach this as a KWL. And I'm assuming what we want to talk about is, well, what are some additional pieces of information we'd like to know about this? One that hit me right off the bat is the third one down, remove third grade writing. There's no asterisk, so I want to know if that's in statute or not. Are
It is
we
not.
required to deliver?
It was
third
removed
grade?
from statute in 2015.
But we still do it.
We still do it.
Okay, all right, good.
15. Mhm.
I could throw out another topic if that's okay.
Yeah.
Looking at the reformat high school math assessments. I'm sorry, what does the asterisk mean? Obviously requires. Okay, I'm sorry. That is one I know high schools across the state are very interested in. But they do like having a metric, of course, of accountability in regards to math skills. So I would love to talk about this one more and what that would really look like if we move toward a more comprehensive math skill assessment. I don't know if there's any options of creating a 9 or 10 math assessment that a kid can take based off their current course that they're in or have completed versus making the assumption they've taken algebra 1 and geometry when some haven't. And that's the problem, is it doesn't align to the course sequence they're in mathematics. Is it an all or nothing, or can it be more can it be more customized to the kid's actual course sequence, still maintaining that they take the test, but maybe the test is based off the courses that they're taking? Just tossing that out there.
Well, Scott, just to add to that, I wondered what a current specific math subject area would look like. So, because one of Diana's options that she listed as an option in her document was pursue the option to test at the point of readiness rather than at a set grade level. So is this saying the exact same thing? That would be my question. So in other words, if the kid's ready for algebra, the portion of the test, they take the algebra portion. If they're in geometry, they take the geometry portion. So I think we're saying the same thing. Maybe the issue then is clarify what we mean by reformat high school math assessment.
Yeah, how and when. That does say the same thing. That's probably a better way to say it than I did. Yeah.
Well, the other thing there is it an integrated approach math or is it a course specific math?
Right.
Algebra 1, algebra 2, geometry, or is it integrated 1, integrated 2, and integrated 3? Because there's a huge difference between the two types of approaches to what they're teaching.
Well, and when I was reading the sheet from the department, that's kind of how when they talked about a comprehensive math skills assessment, that's how I took it, RJ, is that this is like an integrated, right? Like kind of thinking through it in that manner versus breaking up. And I think you're gonna have trouble if you break up algebra and geometry, right? Like I think the test is gonna have reliability and validity issues potentially for just not having enough questions.
So I think that's a question we need to ask is what are you suggesting, are you proposing an integrated math assessment at grade 10 or what? Or is it separate or what is it?
Well, and I think it probably is integrated because they're one at grade 10, they're going to give the grade 9 optional as a grade 10 to see if they're ready. And that covers the 5 areas they were talking about. And so, to me, the only way you could adequately do that is to have it an integrated system rather than a separated out. I mean, that's a good question that we need to have. The other one I'd like to know is blueprint wise. And I've said this before, are all these standards of equal ability or are they going to be of different abilities? So if I get a blueprint that has 3 geometry questions on it and it's got 9 algebra 1 and 9 algebra 2, I don't really care too much about the geometry because it's not going to affect my grade very much or the score. Whereas I'm going to make sure those other 2 are well known by my kids. That's not equity of the standards as far as what we're trying to teach and make sure they understand because we've reduced to these as being the important ones. If they're that important, the blueprint should reflect all of them at the same level. Would be what I would say. And I'm not saying that needs to be a bigger test. I'm just saying the importance of the question should be the same.
What was the rationale for this suggestion again? It was that students taking the test in 9th and then 10th grade are being tested on content maybe they learned in 8th and 9th grade. Was that the?
Right.
Or that they haven't received yet.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. It's a pretty significant issue. In order to, I mean, and if you talk to most high schools, they would agree that I would say good 30-40% are taking a test where either they have not seen the information before or they took it a year or 2 in advance if they're in advanced middle school math. So, okay. And even if they're in advanced, a lot of math teachers would tell you it's so far removed from their recent learning that simple algebra skills and geo skills sometimes are not there, just the way math is laid out.
So I pulled up the slide that Dickie presented earlier, and it says currently the state assessment tests number, quantity, algebra, functions, statistics in grade 9 and grade 10 geometry skills. With legislative approval, grade 9 would become optional, grade 10 would be required and focused on integrating, as you've already said, RJ, long-term skills in line with the profile.
Well, and the other thing that comes to mind is if we're identifying these standards and testing them on the idea that they've forgotten them because they were old, have they really learned them? Or did they learn them at a specific time? Is there a necessity for us to look at our instructional process and say, do we need to change it a little bit so this becomes more meaningful and understanding to them in the long process so that they can show proficiency in it rather than a one-time test or a shot?
Well, this is gonna, I mean, I think this is gonna cause serious discussion for high school math departments around integration. Because in a sense, you're saying we're giving up, you're gonna give up one test, but when the kids do sit down, they are gonna have to have experienced an integrated approach. Otherwise, they're not gonna they're not gonna know what to do with these types of questions. So I think this is more in line with our profile.
Well, I think you're probably right. I think the idea of siloing them to specifics creates the easiness to forget rather than an integrated approach where you're using them all the time. You know, a long time ago, we had the spiral math series that continually kept bringing back those different concepts so that you continually were learning them until you had a much better understanding of them. When you have algebra 1 and you've taken care of factoring and you're going on to something else, do I need to know factoring anymore or am I done? You know, and the problem is, if we teach it as theoretical algebra, we can teach it as factoring and we're done. If you teach it as application in the world you live in, then we learn how we would apply that in different circumstances, and then we'd understand where we're using it and when we're using it.
It is like a fundamental shift, what you're just talking about and how math is taught.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
reality, right? I mean, like.
And
what
I
you're
would get
talking
off
about
my
that.
soapbox.
I mean, I like it, but I mean, if that's what we're thinking, I mean, that's a big shift and a big lift by the schools.
So
2 years.
part of that rationale, Laurel, is in a sense, I know this preamble on this sheet of paper that we have in front of us talks about, you know, trying to get rid of testing and there's too much, but in a sense, another, I don't know if it's ancillary or deliberate, but another component here is that we are trying to move toward alignment to the profile. And it isn't just reacting to public, it's really responding to our profile interest. So I think that ought to be added to the notes around why would we do this? It's more than efficiency plan. I think it's effectiveness plan too.
No, I think that would be really good.
Well, and
to put
that's
that in
very
there.
much what we were talking about this morning earlier in our group was, do we want them to know this as a competency-based understanding, or do we want them to know this now and forget it?
Yeah.
That is part of like kind of what I've been like noodling while we were talking earlier, like as we're talking about like here are like shifts that they'd like to see. I was kind of wondering, and they were talking about changes they were going to be making to the assessments based on the changes in the standards and stuff like that. And if we're in the middle of changing assessments or like messing a little bit with the assessments, I think my head's been kind of wondering, how are we looking at assessment then? If we're looking more at the student-centered learning, competency-based learning, like that's part of what like I heard in the Wyoming's Future of Learning, right? And those celebrations of learning, like how are we going to be tested then on if we're going to teach this way? what is the assessment going to look like? So it's not like
Exactly.
we teach with this, with the application and this extension, and then we come back and ask them to do like rote memorization kinds of things now.
Yeah.
Well, I think the other thing that's important is, what's our focus? What's the purpose and what do we want to achieve with our students from K to 12? What's the goal? Is it to teach them a bunch of individual segments, or is it to teach them how to evolve their educational experience to a broader knowledge-based use of it, I guess would be the way to say it.
Let's go on to, are there any other of these bold-faced components on this reduction plan that we want to talk about or we want to know more about?
Mark, I'm gonna just go to the diagnostic tools. I'd love to be able to slice and dice data in ways that we just cannot, that school districts can't do now, right? Like having been in a Natrona, right? Like, and we had the data, we had the Tableau, right? And all the different ways we could look at data very quickly, right? Selecting the different filters and find the information really fast and see, lots of information kind of pouring from that in ways it's really hard, it feels like, to do right now in our current reporting system or the state reporting
So
system.
your question for the last bullet there is go deeper on the diagnostic portion and how is this helpful to teachers and administrators?
Yes.
So it's not just teachers, it's
Right.
really.
It's everyone.
This diagnostic component implies, my student Johnny doesn't do well in computation, so here I want to use this tool to help him. But your question is really more about kind of analyzing the
and
data.
being able to combine data together, right? Like if I would look at a district like yours where all the schools can choose their own reading program.
Right.
And kind of looking at like different characteristics and being able to really kind of dive down to figure out is reading program 1 producing the kinds of results we want to see versus reading program 2 versus reading program number 3. Right. So that it's, to some extent, it's for parents and teachers, but it's being able to connect these different pieces of data together to be able to, or allow districts to be able to do that, to be able to pull that kind of information out, to really, to do like curricular evaluations and things like that.
Well, I really think the diagnostic that way is very valuable. And I think what we almost need to do is lend that diagnostic to the teacher's interaction with the parents to better explain stuff rather than something we have online that a parent can go in and understand, because I think there's too much jargon in there that parents don't understand. But if I meet with them and talk to them, and that would maybe bring our parents more involved in the situation, we might be able to help them, number one, better understand what we're talking about, and number two, have a better relationship with them, which never hurts anybody as far as with our students. To say, well, get online and go look at that, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not helpful.
But the other thing that is interesting, and not picking on Natrona, so please don't take it that way. But in talking to some of the junior high, middle school teachers, they can tell where kids have come from just by what they know and what they don't know. And the high school math teacher said, oh, I know exactly which middle school they came from just by what we're starting to teach them, where the kids are.
Right.
And so it would open a better understanding of how do we adjust that or better cover for it.
Okay.
So, and that growth's important.
I do have one, Julie, that I need more clarification on. We, and maybe this is from Catherine, but according to our statute, we are supposed to include interim assessments that align with statewide content and performance. So
I asked Lori about that because I had maybe the same question you did, but go ahead with your
my question is, what is our scope of responsibility? Is it for just math, reading, science, and writing? Is it interim assessments just in the statewide assessment
Correct.
system?
That's where it appears in statute, is under the statewide assessment system. And I did ask about removing the K-1-2 interim assessments, and because it says aligned with the overall state assessment,
Right.
that's why they could get rid of the K-2 interims. But it is
And do we
specific
have,
only to
do we
state
have interims for science?
I believe there's interims for everything. Yeah, and it's on the state assessment calendar that way as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, good, she's here. She doesn't even.
How about,
You don't
how
even
about
need-
for writing? Lori, do we have interim for writing?
Yes, for Scott who can't hear.
Because it's part of the ELA. Statute up, so the legislative statute there says that it has to be aligned to a mini summative version of the summative test.
And so we have them at,
So it's a
And-
proportional blueprint similar to the.
and do we
summative
have
test.
it like at any grade level where we give a state assessment? So like,
It's aligned in the same grades that we summatively assess writing.
okay,
So 3, 5,
so
7.
if it's fourth grade for science, then
Right,
we have fourth grade interims.
right. And then
Okay.
we have additional modulars that are more open across the years. So in those, they could be writing in any of the grades, science, same thing.
This is going a little bit off of this, but I'm going back to Diana's suggestion, idea or option. Do we have any evidence that using the interims actually helps improve the student summative score? Have we studied that? Have we looked at that? Scott, you're gonna weigh in on that.
Yeah, if I may, and I've shared this concern, and this is a change for this year. Hold on, they can't hear. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Specific to the interims, and this is a change this year with the interims, is that unfortunately they can't be used to help drive instruction. And that's really frustrating for us. And what I mean by that is in the past, as recent as last year, when the kids took the winter interims, teachers could then go back and look at how the kids did on specific questions. They could look at their writing, they could see where the gaps were, and then they could go back, and I was just visiting with Wanda about this. Then the teachers could see where they need to possibly reassess, reinstruct, intervene, enrich, because they had that data to do that. Right now, unfortunately, it's just a number and it doesn't drive instruction. And like I said, in talking even with principals this spring, it's like, wow, we really, really missed that because they saw a huge benefit for interims. And yes, they can use modulars, which we've used, the authoring tool we've used. Those are all great tools, but they're not, honestly, from our perspective, they're not as good as interims, because interim, you do it all at once. You get everything covered. You can look at all of the data at one time. You can see the specific areas where the strengths are, where the areas of growth are. And as a result, we use truly the assessment for the purpose in which it should be used for, which is to drive and guide instruction. So that's hopefully a request. I don't know if it'll change. It may not for the next couple of years because of the vendor we're working with, but we're hopeful that down the road that can maybe be something different.
You said that you used to use it,
Correct.
but now you can't.
Correct.
What's the difference?
So the difference is that now we are not able, as it's been explained to us, is that the reason we can't, because what we used to be able to do, and maybe I didn't explain very well, you could go back and look individual student by student to see how they answered specific questions, why they got them wrong, or a common theme as to why they got them wrong, or specific writing samples to see where they were strong in writing or where they needed areas of growth. Now, we can't see any of that. Can't see any of the questions the kids answered, can't see any of the writing samples. And the reason that's been explained to us is because of Cambrium, actually those items can't be released now because they're using those items specifically on other state assessments. So that's why we can no longer see these anymore.
Okay.
If I could clarify
please.
just a couple of
Yeah.
things.
I may not have been exactly accurate, but the theme of it is our concern. Go ahead.
Yes, that is true that they used to be able to see the student response and the item. They no longer do that. The shift, some of it is with other states that we partner with. So we share a bank of items and that helps to keep our costs down too. So with that those other states, they, some of them have started doing a 3-year assessment. And so their interims actually build into their summative results. And so therefore we needed to lock down those. But also Cambium went through the endeavor of doing bank refreshments. So additional items were built and put into that interim bank, and some of the things that had been in our previous banks were moved into the modular banks where they still can see those items. And then there were also additional items built into the summative bank. So with that bank refreshment to also help shift to locking down and keeping that more secure, similar to what our summative assessment is, that did remove the district's ability to see those individual item responses, but they still do get in the data portion in the centralized reporting system. They can go in and look at a group of students by a roster, by a classroom set. They could go in and see by individual standard how well that class is doing. So then they can go through and make some determinations at a program level of, was there still concern with how this class is performing in this area? And then they could take some of their local assessments or the modulars to help dive deeper into what might still be happening there.
So the unit of intervention, if I can use that phrase, is really no longer at the student level, it's now at the program level, because they're breaking down the results just by standard, not by student. Is that fair?
You can still see student results, but you can get a little bit more data at a classroom set at an aggregate level.
Yeah.
So you can still see how your student is doing at a domain level or at a content level.
But not at question number 6 level.
Right. And it is more aligned to the summative now. It's going to be more aligned to what they get with the summative results. I just want to make sure it's clear that it wasn't just a vendor, thing, but that is what happened. Is there was some moving parts and the refreshment of the bank with the other states using it in a different means contributed along to that, and to make it go back to what we had would mean that we would have to develop our own bank, and that would cost a lot of money.
So maybe if we could, just to capture this, excuse me, Julie, maybe just to capture what I'd like to know then is what efforts are being made to align the district's ability to use the interim assessment with the intention of the use. Because it sounds like, as Scott pointed out, that it's different. And, we may have to have a whole different approach now to its value, because right now it seems less valuable than it used to. So how do we regain the value of the use of an interim? I think that's a fair thing to look into.
I think also as other things have shifted, it's nice to note that we've provided the authoring tool where they can develop their own items. They can go in and there's thousands of items pre-built in there as well from Cambium. So they can see those items. They can see the student responses on those. They still have that same access on the modulars. So part of this too is just the shift that was needed as we were, the statute says that it needs to be aligned to the summative. So this makes it more aligned to the summative. And then we offered other means to get to the needs that they want for more instructional level. So keeping the interim and the summative more at the program level, and then the modulars and authoring can help them with more at that local instructional level.
So Scott, Scott and Debbie, I'm gonna go to the goal number 7 document. Unless any of you, including those in the room, have a question, another question about the document that Dickie Shaner shared with us.
No, we can move forward for me.
So
Mark.
Go ahead, Debbie.
That's okay.
You're good?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I just want to kind of highlight a couple of things that Diana has done, she's really raised a few questions in here about additional options that are really beyond this document. If we want to pursue any of those, or ask the board to pursue. So let's take the first one under YTOP for ELA and math. So the sample options that Diana provided, there looks like there's 4 options. The first one, it seems to me, is aligned with the document Dickie shared with us, test once in high school, not 2 grade levels as is currently done. I'm wondering about the other 3 options. Are any of those from among you, from this little subgroup, are any of those something you're intrigued by? I mean, number 2 basically says dump the Y-top and let's get an aligned ACT.
So Lori, for ACT, I mean, we used to do ACT as the state assessment.
And we never were able to meet federal requirement peer review on that because it's not aligned to our state standards.
That's what I thought.
And we would also have to shift not just high school standards, but the whole progression to, I mean, it's not impossible, but the whole progression of K-12 needs to be aligned to the end goal.
And does ACT, are they financially hungry enough to modify their test for Wyoming? I mean, that other companies do it all the time. They say, yeah, we'll modify for your standards.
I'll say it this way. I wouldn't speak for ACT, but in all of my experiences, I always have to counter the your small potatoes approach.
And they've been working on aligning with whatever the career, I mean, the college ready, like the idea of college readiness. And so starting to change those standards tweaks that as well.
Mm-hmm. And there's some other things to be considered with Perkins grant and other parts. So I don't know all enough to talk about. I just know that there's other things that would be implicated.
Brad, you were going to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm speaking for my cohorts in the county. I know that if Clark was here, he would really like to sort of go where we were this morning when we were more about the competency-based, experience-based, credit, lifelong skills. I think I know they're further than we are in that area. But I do know that he would say, please look at all options for all kids, because there are some students, the minute you put an ACT in front of them or something of that nature, whether it's relevant, whether it's a bad day, that's not important. But truly, if you could look at my woodshop project or my science project, and you can see what I've been able to apply through my math, my writing, and my science skills, that probably has more purpose for me and my display of learning than just a one and done and we're out the door. The other thing, not to muddy the waters, but as I'm sitting next to my colleague here, you know, when I first was exposed way back when I was at WDE, we always felt that the best thing that we could do as a district with our assessment system is we needed to know where kids were before they got to the final gate. So you needed to have a good 9 weeks assessment. You needed a good semester assessment, because if you were going to wait till all of a sudden you take pause, I think, was that one of them? And then we say, geez, Bill really didn't do very well in 3rd grade, but now he's in 4th grade, and boy, do we have some gaps. That's not very beneficial. But at that time, I really think, in my opinion, the assessment why was to be able to gauge and rank schools, and fire teachers or promote teachers. And so now what we're really trying to do is we are looking at more, how does the little engine help influence good instruction so that when they are going to be assessed or they're going to have to apply whatever in life, they can do that. Because again, if you're just going to regurgitate, social studies, the biggest fight I ever had in my life is you had to know every state and you had to know every capital. Well, for kids that were with really affluent parents and traveled a lot, that was easy. Really, because they'd been to different places. Other kids that the furthest they ever been was to Osage. Tough deal. So I think when you go back to that why, I would just ask again, as you look down that list, what are we really doing that can help influence good teaching, which is going to really, I think, set you apart from the rest of the United States, where really you can put out a young person that can be productive and can work with others. Because we don't suffer from a cognitive sense in the United States. We don't. We struggle with people that just flat cannot and will not work with each other.
Okay.
That's a soapbox. So
Brad, in light of that, would you then say that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think I heard you say, if we can, whatever assessment you choose, if we can use it formatively to help improve what we do before the kids march across that stage, that's better than some sort of end of journey test.
it is, in my opinion.
Okay.
And I think it really is the easiest way to help students understand the value. I think it gives teachers a better value because teacher judgment is a big piece of that. And I think the parents then understand when you are assessing that you're going to use that data to try to help that individual.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Mark, if I may, your last statement, I totally concur. And I think it's the infamous analogy of the autopsy versus the checkup.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, fair enough. So are we time wise? Are we okay or are we done?
Brian is MIA, but I think
Let me ask the group before we're Scott, folks are coming back into the room. Debbie, folks are coming back into the room. As you look down Diana's list of options here, no matter where they are on the document, are there any that intrigue you where you'd say, boy, sure would like to know more about that?
I have one throw out, Mark. Under table 1, sample options. Number 2.
Okay, table 1, sample options.
Number 2, with the caveat of with some thinking on, is there a way to potentially look at the for the 10th grade requirement, the pre-ACT that ties directly to the ACT. So there's some strand that a principal and teachers can look at to see growth over time. That's always a challenge at the high school level, how you can see growth year to year to year because of the course-based nature of schools.
Okay. So some kind of a pre-ACT option at that high school level. Okay. I think
awesome.
Julie's got that.
Mr.
Any
Mark?
others from my group? Go ahead.
I was just kind of thinking, like, going back to what Brad was talking about, I'm kind of curious about like the how you do like a portfolio base, right? So it's not like this end of
right.
This. I was not talking about base. You said it first. But that idea, right? Like of not having a final, like this final test that you take to determine, but like this, I won't say the other word either. This idea of what have you done along the way? that can demonstrate that you've met these levels. And I know Lori's probably gonna want to shoot me if there were lasers and coming out of her eyes, but because that's really difficult to do in a way that could be approved through
Okay.
US Department of Ed. And I am fully aware of that, but that's that's kind of the, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
So you got that, Julie? The other one I would add is I'd just like to know more information about what the modulars are.
There's a unit based so an algebra test or.
Get better as we go along.
Of the area
Okay.
of learning.
Are they useful? Do people use them?
People are using them. I don't monitor the timing and percentage of participation on modulars. I do on the interims.
But they're all free of charge to
correct.
students and teachers.
Correct. Yes.
One of the problems I heard, at least when I was in the department with the modulars, is that some schools overuse them, right? Like they're doing modular tests like every week. Right.
And then that inflames the whole comment where we're over testing, but it's really, they're doing that.
Well, and I'm not so sure that the modulars don't provide the information that the interims do to the level of where you can make some good decisions. Might be wrong, but that's the way I thought.
Where it's different for the modulars and interims, the modulars are those unit-based ones. So they're smaller chunks of learning that a teacher could do at the end of a unit or at the end of a learning section. And then those are going to be just a raw score. How many did they get right out of how many there were? But then the schools can see student response and the items. And so they have that ability to go in and look at that and understand better why a student was missing it in particular. And then the interims, they are on the same scale as our summative tests. So they're not a raw score. They're going to tell you where that kid is lying on that scale so that they can make some determinations about how well prepared they are for that summative test at the end.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe what we might be able to, I don't know if you want one key comment from each group and wrap this piece up, and we'll take these notes and put them together and bring them back to you all summarized. Or if you would just like to move into the accountability piece now. Okay, a key point for each grade.
Consequences to districts for when they're underperforming on the state assessments. What happens? What happens in that case?
I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just think that we, as a state board and as superintendent, we put so much emphasis on assessment because we want to make sure students are performing and we want to make sure they're able to progress. And that's the ultimate goal. But when that's not happening and we see districts aren't performing, there doesn't seem to necessarily, from what I understand, be a consequence. It doesn't, if the funding isn't affected or accreditation, I mean, Catherine kind of explained that there's that, threat, but really there's nothing in it. So to put so much emphasis on something that really at the end of it, and I'll just throw out a example, just kind of devil's advocate, there's a situation in my district where I think our district uses these tools a lot more for teacher evaluation than necessarily student success. They look at it as if there's a trend in a classroom where, there's lower scores, this probably can indicate that there's, needs to be teacher training or teacher coaching, professional development. And that it's not just this assessment, it's very complicated because you can get a group of kids where I've heard in my district specifically that don't like a particular teacher. So they all discussed and their parents, they even told their parents, we're going to bomb this YTOP test because then this might impact, this teacher being rehired or being on a continuing contract. So when we look at what we see it from the top of what we're trying to do is student success and performance and making sure that we're equipping them. But really, there's so much more to this assessment. And sometimes I think we're missing that student growth and the achievement. And then there's all these other factors to it. And it's expensive and timely. And, we're sitting here putting a lot of effort to it. But at the end of the day, what's the outcome?
Very good, thank you. And this will help. I'll get those notes and then there's a number of responses we could give even right now to that. And that gets into the teacher leader evaluation, which I think we still have a hard time breaking away from old NCLB rules with that, but we'll bring more information back to you specific to that.
So looking at this assessment reduction document and kind of thinking about the KWL-ness of it, three things came to mind. One is reformatting high school math assessments. The implication of how it's described in the slide really pushes on the idea of an integrated approach, and that this may be news to some districts where, in a sense, if they're still teaching Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 sequence, this might be something they're going to have to reconsider because it's an integrated assessment that we're looking at here rather than two separate assessments that focus on different mathematical strands. So that was one thought. The other part about that is, if indeed that's the intention, and that was in the slide, I think the top of this document needs to be reframed. It's indeed a reduction and an efficiency piece, but this is also an attempt to align to the profile. We want more integrated, more application, more real situations with all of the content areas. So by reformatting that high school assessment, we are moving toward more alignment with the graduate profile. And so I think that ought to be captured in here too. It's not just about reducing the amount of time on a test. So just that was the conversation. The second one was we did find out that taking writing out of third grade is not a statutory deal. And so that just could be done. Just take it out if we want. And then the third one was the word diagnostic in the last bullet there. We really talked about the value of more diagnostic tools for not just teachers, but for administrators and other school district officials. It's one thing to say, I need some help diagnosing Johnny's needs, so here's some tools that can help. But we talked about the value of like Tableau and some of these other powerful data analysis tools that really can help us pull out the value of an assessment. So we talked about that as well. Julie, did I miss anything on this page?
We talked about, it started because of this page and maybe it bled into a different document, but talking about the interim assessment, that's using the interim assessments help student performance. There was conversation about how it used to be pretty helpful in terms of driving student instruction. Now the new format is not as helpful, but the modulars, I think, fill in those gaps. And a question that was asked is what efforts are being made to align the usability of information from the interim assessments with its intended use and regain its value?
So Superintendent Stoltz pointed out that the interim, because of some changes in alignment work that they've done with the company, it's not as useful to a teacher as it used to be. And so we kind of talked about the value of trying to clean that up and fix that.
Mr. Chair. I guess I would just add to that and question that, is there value then assessing at the spring? You know, at the end of the class year when our group talked about, you're already progressing a student to the next grade level. And so if they're missing some content areas that YTOP showed, how are we then addressing it when they go on to the next grade? Does that teacher know, or would it be better to, have that at a different time of the year? It's just an interesting thought when you're talking about the data analysis and using this information to help, teach in the classroom. So
Just to comment back on that, I know according to Lori that the way the statute reads around interim, that it's in a sense supposed to be a sort of mini predictor of the summative assessment. And so the interims are given in the grade where the test is given. So for example, science, the interim in science is only in 4th grade because that's where we give the test. So it's supposed to help predict or help us as teachers intervene for that final assessment. But you are right, indeed, Taylor. Now that you have the final assessment, how do we pass that information on to the next grade level? And anything else?
Not from that document. We didn't get very far on the other one, but we did talk about under the YTOP for ELA math on table 1. We had a conversation about using ACT instead of YTOP. And Lori explained that would really have a domino effect on other programs and grade levels. It's not as simple as just replacing the test with the ACT, one because of a standards alignment issue, but also because of alignment issues leading up to grade 11 that would have to shift in order for that to work. So that would be a bigger undertaking than maybe people realize.
What about the other group? I guess I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can go ahead and throw some stuff out and hope that my fellow group mates can add some color. One thing we noted on the first item about reducing the length of math assessments, and then the bullet underneath it talking about the 30% reduction in items. We think we just need to be a little bit more clear about what we're talking about here, because the reality is we're reducing the amount of test items, which will reduce the length. However, the remaining test items are the more complicated ones that take longer. So when you put 30% in there, even though it's a 30% reduction in items, it's not necessarily a 30% reduction in the time of testing. So we think just to be more accurate and transparent about what will happen is that it should be something along the lines of reducing the number of items on the math assessment. But that's just kind of wordsmithing really to be more accurate. Removing the K2 interim assessments, everybody thought that was a good idea. Removing the 3rd grade writing, good idea, go for it. Then getting into YTOP and the 9th and 10th grade ELA and math. One idea that we talked about that everybody was, when we talked about what we were excited about, was seeing if there was a way to get all of YTOP done in 9th grade. So do your last science, your last ELA, and your last math in 9th grade and be done, and then move on to the profile and the graduation requirements and ACT and career and college ready, to just have this clear break. However, the one hiccup to that is it does appear that in ESSA, the federal law, that science has to be tested once in 10 through 12. So you could possibly just do ELA and math in ninth grade and be done, but you'd still probably have to do science in 10th grade. So that's one observation we made, one idea to throw out there. Instead of the math being pushed to 10th grade, maybe math's just done in ninth grade and maybe ELA is done in ninth grade. And then we spent a lot of time talking about the writing test and how it plays out in terms of being able to look at the scores. One of the concerns that came out with getting rid of the third grade writing is that the ELA score in third grade will not have writing, fourth grade won't have writing, but then in fifth grade, we're going to start having ELA scores that include writing. And so you're going to see these ELA scores that are impacted by these different assessments. So is there a way for the vendor to disaggregate the writing score within the ELA score? Can we integrate the two? And correct me, Ellen, I think she said it because her and Amy were in an in-depth conversation about this, but could say three of the test items in ELA actually be designed to be writing items. And so you would get your score for writing based on those three, but it's all just the one ELA test. That was one idea thrown out. And then talking about just maybe having some sort of tutorial before the kids take the summative, and maybe it's like 5 minutes before they actually take the test some other time, but just to teach them how to use the tools so they know when they're in there. And maybe that will save them a little bit of time, a little bit of stress, and get them to accurately show the content they know as opposed to not being able to use the tool. And then last, I think is really a suggestion for the RFP process with the vendor is putting in there what we want in terms of being able to customize the vendor's module offerings. You know, really get into the nitty gritty when we're doing our bid on what we expect them to provide us if we contract with them. Anything else? Anybody want to add to that? Okay. Amy?
Even though science is I guess been presented as almost untouchable, that we can't do anything to maybe some of the other options, brainstorming that, and maybe it's just a different format for that test, because while science is this application type of content area where you are supposed to be manipulating and doing experiments and gathering data, interpreting that data, the kids really struggle with taking the science test because of the extent of reading that's involved in the science test and the extent of using and manipulating the tools within the science test. And so while we can't maybe reduce the number of items, or we can't reduce the time it takes that test, maybe looking as we're going forward with how that test is constructed. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe a point of clarification, if Lori could help, or if that's putting her on the spot. But I think that science was with the way the testing approach is designed as that cluster assessment. Is that the caveat to that, Lori? That as the approach taken in the design of the science test as it currently is would not allow for reduction in that, right?
To be too reliability, but I think with what Amy's saying, we've been exploring some things that might help. Okay.
Okay. Are we okay if we move on to the next item? Thanks for all the work, everybody. But I guess I don't have on my deal. Michael, are you going to take on the next 8.1? Is that where we're at?
I can help with that,
Okay,
Mr.
yeah,
Chairman.
go ahead.
Yes, as if you haven't had enough weighty topics today, let's talk about state accountability. We put you in the perfect spot, right? Yeah. So just to let you know, as we turn it over to Mike to talk about, this is the state accountability model. There is a federal model. We're talking about the state model. I did in your packet, it has the blue band at the bottom of the pages. Put the recommendations from the study that you had from Marzano. It kind of summarizes those 5. If you have your notebooks open to that, that might just help remind you and set that context to the pieces that that Mike and Sean will be talking with you today about.
Mr. Chairman, ready? Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I am Sean McInerney, the Director of Accountability at the department, and with me is Dr. Fleetcheck. And for the new members who do not know, Dr. Fleetcheck, he has been working with the agency for over 10 years now. And he is also part of the Assessment Technical Advisory Committee. So has a good knows the intertwining knowledge between assessment and accountability, and we are happy to have him here. So here we go. I will pass it off.
All right. Mr. Chairman, trustees, glad to be here today. And I was asked to talk about my reactions to the Marzano report. And see if I can make this work. Right click. Yes. Is it? Okay. I thought their study was well executed and that their findings were interesting, but not particularly surprising to us, because every year we do quite a bit of analysis of the results of accountability. And for many years, that was ad hoc, where we kind of had to create the report, the analysis every year and look at it. But the past few years, we've been developing a series of reports that are push button reports now. So we have reports that tell us how accountability is doing, how are students doing on assessments, how are subgroups doing. And those are being produced every year. And what they really are is their findings. They're not interpretations, because with interpretations, you have to look at the reports and you have to come up with some impressions about what do these findings mean. That's not in the reports, but the findings are in the report, which is very helpful, because it's helpful for presenting to you how schools are doing this year, and so on. So the results really weren't surprising to us. The thing that was new is that they went out and talked to districts about how are you using these results. And I thought that was very useful. I was particularly happy to see that the schools that moved up a level reported that the indicators were important in decision-making in their schools. That's the whole idea, the theory of action around accountability. It's also not surprising that schools not meeting expectations had high proportions of economically disadvantaged and Native American. And I'll show you some subgroup reports a little bit later that let you know why that wasn't very surprising to us. So equity indicator, there were a lot of discussion in their report about the equity indicator. And one concern is that a lot of schools don't have it. They don't meet the minimum on the consolidated subgroup. And that is a concern, because the schools that had it tended to get lower overall scores in accountability. So more schools having it eliminates that problem. You know, you want more schools to have the equity indicator. The other thing that they said was that schools don't really understand it and they're not using it a lot. And that's a concern. And my later presentation will go into some detail about why that's a concern. Basically, one thing they said is consider not having an equity indicator. That would not be a good idea, because equity really is extremely important to federal policy. Ever since 1964, the Civil Rights Act, the Coleman Report, 1965. And, you know, the Coleman Report basically found that achievement is largely influenced by family socioeconomic status. And so these kids that come from poor backgrounds, they're the students that score the lowest in school. And so the idea of minimizing achievement gaps is really about helping to lift those kids up And that's why, federal policy is really focused on that all these years. Special ed, Title I, the English learner focus, all of that has to do with trying to lift up the boat. So we need to have an equity indicator. We just need to make it better. And I've got some ideas about how we can do that. English language proficiency indicator. One thing we've been concerned about is in a accountability model, you want all the indicators to be correlated with one another, but not too highly correlated with one another. If they're too highly correlated, they're redundant. If they're not correlated at all, they're measuring different constructs. And the English language proficiency indicator falls in that category. It's really not measuring, if you think about it like school accountability, the construct is school quality. And so English language proficiency as an indicator is the correlation with the other indicators is very low, meaning it's not measuring what the other ones are measuring. And I have a theory about why that's true. I think it's because it hasn't been included in school accountability until recently. So schools really weren't focused on trying to make progress with those particular students, having quality programs, having quality data even about who these students are. So the feds put that in the Every Student Succeeds Act, and because of that, it is now an indicator at the school level instead of the district level. And they did that so we'd start paying more attention to these students and services to these students. And that is starting to happen. Actually, the data quality has improved a lot because it is in school accountability. And I think what needs to happen is the better schools need to start focusing on having better programs for these kids. Then the correlation with the other indicators will go up. But that's going to take some time for that to happen. But I think it's an important indicator to have. It's a messy indicator. How long have these kids been in school? What was their English proficiency when they arrived? How do we set goals for them annually about where they should be? None of that is easy to do. But states are working on it, and we're making some progress on all of those issues. And the data has really improved a lot. The pandemic effect, I think they missed it. This is one thing they missed in their study. This is a table from their report. And this table shows the percent of schools, let's see, from 2017 to 2021-22. What percent of schools moved up a level? What percent stayed the same? What percent moved down a level? What percent moved down 2 levels? And when you look at this report, it leads you to the conclusion that the schools stayed where they were at. We're not really seeing any progress. What's the point of accountability? So I think that was a little misleading. If you look at 17, 18s before the pandemic, 21, 22s after the pandemic. So I broke it out a little bit to show you what it was like. If you look at 17, 18 to 18, 19, there were 17 more schools moved up than moved down. And then you go 18, 19 to 21, 22, that's before and after the pandemic, 29 schools went down. But then you go to the next year, 21, 22 to 22, 23, 16 more schools went up than went down. And in fact, 17, 18 to 18, 19 and 21, 22 to 22, 23, that's typical of what we see. That would be typical. And if you get that every year over a period of 5 or 6 years, you're starting to make some real progress. We do have a lot of small schools. So you have schools that move around in their scores. The larger schools have a harder time moving around, but the small schools will move around based on the students that are coming in and so on. But that's something that we deal with here in Wyoming. what we're looking for every year is 16 or 17 or 20 more schools going up than going down. And that's kind of what we see. There was some talk in there after they interviewed stakeholders about the reports need improving. And I think they visited with stakeholders that aren't familiar with the reports. We have a very robust report, the school confidential school performance report, that really allows schools to drill down to the grade level and the content area, and they get really detailed information about how they're performing so that they can use that information in school improvement planning. And those reports, we work on them every single year to try and improve them. We migrate them from one platform to another platform. They're migrating again this year, so they'll be on a different platform. And this year, one of the things we're adding is a lot more filtering, so they can really get at like subgroup information a lot easier, that sort of thing. Training and support. This past couple of months, Jennifer LaHiff and Colton Zier have prepared a series of several 5 to 10 minute videos about the accountability system, about the business rules, about the each indicator, where the data for the indicator comes from, where they can see it and review it. They get to review it all before we compute their scores. So all the data sources that go into it are vetted with the school districts ahead of time. Most districts look at it pretty closely. There are some that maybe don't look at it as closely as they should, but that's kind of the way it goes. So those training videos are about to be released, and they're going to track how often they're used and that sort of thing, so we can see what's going on with those. And then post-secondary readiness indicator. I wanted to talk about this indicator because this is kind of like English language progress. On this indicator, we've really improved the quality of the data. A lot of that has to do with the Perkins 5 being implemented. Perkins 5 has really done a nice job of identifying concentrator courses. We can identify concentrators based on transcripts and Perkins reporting, and we require them to agree. So we know the curriculum performance of career-ready students. We also, another thing they did is now those students need to have an industry recognized credential to be recognized as career-ready. So those two things right there have made a big difference, and we're starting to see progress there. We're also working on transcript evidence for the Hathaway Scholarship. So data is really improving because this is part of accountability. That's part of the reason why the data that we have is improving. And the other thing, we are seeing students are leaving school more college ready now. This is one indicator on which we're seeing good progress in the high schools, particularly the alternative schools. Being college and career ready really wasn't that big a focus at those schools. It appears now, but now they're making it a priority. So that's been a real good improvement due to accountability. The process for making changes. There isn't one as far as I can tell. I've been, we have some ideas about some changes we'd like to make. And like for WAEA, we need to go through the rulemaking and we need to go through the state board and so on. And for ESSA, we need to go through an amendment process with the federal government. And what CCSSO webinar that they had this winter recommended was that you have some type of a stakeholder committee and get some recommendations from a stakeholder committee that could go to like the state board for the WAEA, or go back to the department for changes to the ESSA indicator. We don't have anything like that. And that kind of brings me back to how we ended up with WAEA in the first place. In 2011, there was a select committee on school accountability of the legislature. And that select committee hired Scott Marion's company, and Scott Marion and Chris Domoleski. They worked with that committee for 5 or 6 years. That committee was around for a long time. And one of the things they did, they hired a stakeholder committee. And so Scott and Chris worked with the stakeholder committee, and Diana was on it for years and years. It didn't end until 2018, and RJ was on it for a while. I think he served a term on there, but so that was a very rigorous process, and that stakeholder committee was an excellent committee. And at the end of every year before the legislature met, they would Scott and Chris would write a report based on that committee's work, would go to the legislature, and then they would write the law. And the first law they wrote in 2012 said it wanted the department to implement school accountability according to the recommendations in the report that they wrote. So that's how we got to where we're at now. So that's basically how we got here. And then in 2015, that committee started working on implementing ESSA also. And at that point, I think it was with the department. It was no longer part of the select committee. I think the select committee was over. So that's basically my reaction to the I'll pause here for a minute if there's any questions about Marzano's study or my reactions to it.
Sure. Mark. Dr. Fleechek, a couple of things. One of your slides, you said revisiting the target level cut scores would make some sense for the ELP indicator.
Yeah, I
Can
think
you
so.
talk more about that?
Well, if you go to the high school level, there's not the cut scores are really low.
Okay.
And I think it's a bad look more than anything. But maybe they're low because high school kids have a harder time developing English proficiency if they move here without English. And a lot of those kids aren't here long enough to become proficient in English. And the rules we have are not grade specific in terms of what kind of progress we expect. We expect kids that come here with no English to become proficient by year 6. And that happens with the younger kids. It doesn't, it's less likely to happen with the older kids. But, if we do make changes and we're going to be setting cut scores anywhere else, I would want to revisit those cut scores also.
Well, I really kind of connected when you said that the feds, they put these things in place partly to push us to start focusing on a specific area. So I think that's a really important point about ELP kids. I wondered as you go into more of the Marzano study, when they talked about, they don't know a lot about how the model works and all that. I was thinking back to actually when you and I were in Natrona, and WDE would come to the district with a team of special ed folks, and they would do this massive drill down on all the special ed data for our district. And I don't know, like 25 people in the room really digesting the learning of, what all this data said. Maybe this is for Sean, as you think about you know, the resources you have available, certainly the videos are going to help. Do we have that level of drill down capability with individual schools? I mean, I know some of that is hand holding just to sit down, especially with some smaller districts, to say, here's what the data say. How